Alrighty. So every time I get ready to do a show, I do show prep. Today was a really good day. I got up. I've been up since forever. Yesterday, I spent the day making this to keep me on task. I want to thank the people, my community, my backers, the people that donate for putting their foot up my ass and saying, "Jay, you're all over the place." That wasn't. I'm not receptive to feedback, but I'm not receptive to opinion based feedback. I'm really receptive to empirical data based feedback. Somebody came to me, they said, "Jay, you're trying to build 4 different products." And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Jay, nothing's getting done. You've got 4 wheels on the vehicle and they're all spinning in different directions. They're going different directions." And I was like, So I sat down, I realized that's correct. I've got a gaming channel that I neglect. I've got a content creator guidebook that, God, I have like 12 different versions of it half written. I do the politics stream. I write politics articles, but the problem is you can't grow a brand unless you have consistency, which ironically I know because it's in today's content creator guide. Consistency is the key. So I color coded my creation. So now after today's show, I have a blank day. I don't have anything after today's show scheduled. But now if I want to work on anything other, the only thing I can work on after today's show is tomorrow's product. Now follow me here. Once I pull all the products to the left, that'll free up time. So if I want to write or do something else, I can do that. So I want to thank my community. I also want to thank everybody. If you know anything about my brand, I generally don't do this for the money. So I sat down and I realized that's part of the problem. Because when you're not doing something for money, it's a hobby. It's either a hobby or a business. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as in the middle. Well, now I have a project I want to do that requires money. So now it's time to load up the guns and get serious again and actually do something, because there's some things I want to do. There's some bits and bobs I want to get finished. So yeah, I'm gonna be knocking stuff out. With that said, I have to make a note. Where the hell did it go? 1 second. I gotta remind myself tomorrow I have stuff to do, and I gotta make a note. Gotta have I'm gonna say this, I mean this with all sincerity. If you don't have one of these, if you don't have a book that you can carry with you, ideally that has a pen holder in the side, get yourself one of these. Good to see you too, Frost. Although, from what you tell me, I might not be in the same time zone as you much longer. Get yourself a book that you can put all of the stuff that you need to get done in it. And that way, you're like, oh shit, what was that? Oh yeah, now I remember. If I don't write that down, I'll forget about it. All right, so first things first. I'm going to start with, the bullshit veteran that I ran into today. Now, I'm going to say this. You take it as you will. I'm a veteran. I respect most veterans. I don't respect most veterans' behavior. And when I say I don't respect their behavior, we've gotten this whole thing in life completely ass backwards. Somehow along the line, society has accepted the idea that you can't challenge anyone. Society has gotten it into their head that people are allowed to just act like assholes. The Karen, the Carl idea, and that you're the bastard if you call them out. Well, if you read my blog, which I know not a damn one of you did, because nobody does, it's okay, I write it for me. I write it to center my thoughts. What I said was, I'm not going to apologize for anything. I'll apologize when I miss a mark. I'll apologize if I say something offensive. But the truth is, I've realized I'm never going to trend. I am never going to trend. I'm too damn old to trend, and I'm never going to lie. I am not going to be fake. If I sit with an audience that never gets back above 100 people, that's great. because I don't want 10,000 people that I got only by lying. But if you don't follow all the other shit that I do, and I don't expect you to follow every single thing that I do, I did a video on veterans. Yeah, that rules me out then. Exactly. I'm gonna kick ass. Oh, that's a sexy looking guy on the screen. What I did was I talked about political point scoring leaves veterans behind. And what I said was, basically in the video, what I said was the Democrats have failed the veterans. The Republicans have failed the veterans. Both political parties have failed the veterans. Please stop with the bullshit. I had to call a fellow vet out because a fellow vet, and I don't care if a fellow vet is a Democrat or Republican. Right now, I'm the leader of the middle party. I'm the leader of the Enough is Enough party. Because I don't want to be a Democrat or a Republican because they're both completely full of shit. And how do you like that? Well, what I said is, all I said was, if you fix a problem, celebrate that, but don't use that victory to demonize the other party. It's basically, and also understand what you're talking about. Yeah, if you're real and true, you have no chance in most cases. You're not cool to be accepted into the niche groups. Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. So all I said in this video was, I didn't say anything inflammatory. All I asked my fellow veteran was, hey, don't weaponize the Department of Veterans Affairs. Because the Department of Veterans Affairs fundamentally is completely fucked up anyway. So let's stop weaponizing it. Let's just get it fixed. And he just couldn't help himself because when he responded, he had to throw another shot out at the Democratic Party. Well, to show you what they were celebrating, right? They were celebrating the total processing in the VA. And the problem is the VBA. Most people don't understand the VA. Shit, even most veterans don't understand the VA, if I'm just being completely honest. Most veterans don't get this. The VBA are the paper pushers. They are the paperwork people. If they're delayed, yes, it impacts this, because until it's like, this is the ticket counter, this is the ride. Until the ticket counter does their job, you can't get on the ride. But if the ticket counter has 0 people in queue, but the ride has 10,000 people in queue, yeah, it's great that the ticket counter has no wait, but the ride still has a wait. Great. I put it into amusement park lingo. Now people will get it. You're saying that the Democrats lied about veterans not being able to get services, but your evidence was all based on this side of the house, not this side of the house. So all I asked my fellow veteran to do was stop doing that. Stop saying the other side is lying when your evidence has nothing to do. Now, I put that video out, and you know me. If you've been here, you know me. People that don't know me don't know me. I'm a VA advocate. I help veterans. I don't help all veterans. I won't say that I help all veterans. What I will say is I help some veterans. I don't have the ability to help every single veteran that contacts me. I always help them in some way, shape, or form. I give them resources, I give them phone numbers, I give them organizations. Occasionally, I will link up with their support team to help them when they're getting jerked around. When they're dealing with a person who's clearly the tail wagging the dog, then I'll help them. I've got some verbiage, I've got some specific citation. I had to connect to my server. I didn't do that before the show. I have a little server app that runs on my top monitor. I have to type 1 in chat. Today, we're running a test. It's been sitting up there yelling at me. Press 1, press 1. All right, so this veteran reaches out and he says, it's this comment right here. I'm so pissed at Trump tax on Social Security disability, not veterans only, people over 65. Okay, first of all, this right here isn't even English. Because I'm so pissed at Trump. Where'd you go? Yeah, we zoomed in more. I'm so pissed at Trump, I guess is a sentence. Tax on Social Security disability, not veterans only, people over 65. I guess what he's mad about, and I don't like to guess. If you're mad, part of the problem is you need to be able to articulate why you're mad. If you can't articulate that, then you're just throwing a temper tantrum. So I asked, right? And I'm not an asshole here. I don't start my day off as an asshole. I'm confused as to what you are pissed about. The law gives senior citizens a break. It doesn't affect veterans unless they're over 65. It doesn't affect individuals on SSDI. There are no negatives in the tax regard. There's a ton of negatives in the big, beautiful bill. So help me understand the outrage. Exactly, I've been on retirement due to my injury since 25. So I and every other Purple Heart recipient didn't pay enough to our government. We still have to pay tax on our SSDI. They make me pay tax. They make me pay $16,000 a year in, or they pay me $16,000 a year in tax. Whatever. What's going on here? Oh, why does it do that? They pay me $16,000 a year and tax me $10K. So you're telling me Purple Heart recipient deserve to pay tax on their disability insurance, but someone that hasn't done shit for their country does it. Cool. You seem like a great veteran advocate. Oh shit, suck it now. Now we're gonna have to load up the fucking guns because you had to fucking piss me off. First of all, you need to put your rage back in the fucking cage. I just asked you a question to get clarity. Second, I'm gonna call this motherfucker out straight out. If you're getting $16,000 a year in SSDI, you're not getting taxed $10,000 a year on your SSDI. You might be paying $10,000 in tax total, but I doubt that the SSDI is your only source of income. If you're a Purple Heart recipient and you've been disabled, you're getting VA money. You're probably getting 100% VA. You're probably getting 100% VA total, not IU, individual unemployability. You're probably getting the kicker. But here's the other trick. You cannot get SSDI if you have income. If you have income, that's a terrible income. You cannot get Social Security disability if you have other forms of earned income. The more earned income you have, the less Social Security disability you're eligible for. Remember, Social Security disability insurance is for people who can't work normal jobs due to their condition. They can't earn a livable income. I won't call it a livable wage. They can't earn a livable income. It is the floor. It is not the ceiling. Now, when it comes to that, if you're paying $10,000 in tax, I understand your outrage. With that said, be a useful human being and give me the story so I can understand it. But this is the important one. He's a vet. I'm a vet. I'm going to tell him to back his shit down. Don't back your shit down, man. I asked you a fucking question, ass clown. You served, you got wounded. I served, I got broken. What the fuck is this guy yelling at me? I didn't sign this shit. Does anybody who know me think I would have signed the big, beautiful bill? And then the thing is this. He's the kind of individual that gives all veterans a bad name. I don't give a flying fuck if he's got a Purple Heart. Why? I know what a Purple Heart is, and a Purple Heart does not give him the right to speak to anybody in the manner he did. He got out of the military at 25. He doesn't have, I'll tell you, he doesn't have the right to speak to me that way. If he wants to be a fucking hard ass in the YouTube comments, he can stand up when he types to me. He seems like the kind of guy that screams at the Veterans Affairs people. There is nothing about the big, beautiful bill that hurt this guy. The big, beautiful bill didn't help this guy, but he's not paying, He's not paying more in taxes. The big beautiful bill didn't hurt him, and that's where we've got to get over this selective outrage with people. What's up, Spinal? We got to get up with we got to get away from this selective outrage. If you're going to be mad about something, then at least know why you're mad. Like, the big beautiful bill hurt me. How? How did it hurt you? I'm gonna jump ahead. I went through, guys. You're gonna be so proud of me. I went through and I numbered all the articles, so all the videos, I'll be able to find them easier. They're kind of in order, but they're in numerical order. I'm gonna play this video for you. We're gonna break it down because so many people don't understand Social Security or what it's for or what it's intended for.
Okay, so I'm a millennial, and I was talking to my dad the other day, who's like 2 years out from retirement, right?
Okay, so you're a millennial. Your dad's 2 years out from retirement. Got it.
And he is talking about trying to get everything in order so that he can retire. And he's talking about his Social Security checks, and he's talking about how he can only make under a certain amount of money. Otherwise, like, he basically foregoes the Social Security checks, which he has worked his entire life to be able to retire. And in retirement, my dad's a very...
Okay, so this is the first misconception, okay? The first misconception is, if you have reached your full retirement age, you can collect your Social Security and earn money. It's the people that are retiring early, right? It's the people, you have to work until you are 67. After 67, you can earn other, is he 67? So that's where that's the first piece we're missing. Let's let her keep going.
Get my creativity from my father. He's very creative. He's very hands-on. He loves to just work on projects. Like, dude is always busy. He's always got his little side project going on. And he was thinking, like, I'll retire and then I'll get to do all these little side projects and just kind of hustle in the way that I want to. And the reality is, you're only allowed to do that until a certain point. And then if you make too much money, enjoying yourself, thriving, doing your hobbies and passion projects in retirement, you are like reprimanded for that. You're not allowed to do that. This is insane.
No, it's not insane. It's a lack of understanding about what Social Security is. Social Security was not designed to be your, hear me out here. Social Security was not designed to be your luxury life add-on benefit. Social Security is specifically designed so that elderly people after the age of working do not fall into poverty. That is what it's designed for. You should be living your life from age 18 to age right now 67, but I'm sorry for those of you that are younger, you're probably going to get fucked. You should be living your life as if Social Security won't be there. Because you're not supposed to plan for it. You're not supposed to plan to live on your Social Security. You're supposed to plan to have a plan. Now, if you're going to retire at 66, or I'm sorry, it's 66, and you were born between 1943 and 1954, then you're going to lose 25%. If you're going to retire at 66 and 10 months, you're going to lose 29%. I am not saying this is good. I am not saying that I agree with it. But you have to understand what the fuck the plan is, right? What the plan is. What is it for? I want to go to an all-you-can-eat buffet. Okay, I want to go to an all-you-can-eat buffet. But I understand that their seafood selection has a surcharge. But it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. So I ate 12 pounds of crab legs and I got a bill for $60. Yeah, because you didn't understand. The buffet I go to, right above the hibachi section, it says hibachi included with buffet. Above the seafood section, above the sushi, sushi included with buffet. Above the seafood, seafood not included with buffet, pricing as follows. People don't understand. Yeah, and I agree. It sucks that I think it sucks that an elderly individual, some people can't cover their meds with it. I don't think we need to fix Social Security to fix the med problem. I think we need to do, this is one of the few things I agree with the Cheeto Poof in Chief. He's making it so that we can't, Americans can't be charged more for medication than the rest of the world is by, by the same pharmaceutical company. Guess what? That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. If you're going to say that this EpiPen can only be sold for $8 in Australia, then it can only be sold for $8 in America. Period. Dot. I like it. It's good. It's a good plan. Either one, the price will go up for everybody around the world, which sucks, or two, the American company will have to raise the price up a little bit around the world so that they can lower the price dramatically for Americans. Now, yes, I understand. That's not a good way to think, but also understand we are not a global government yet. At the end of the day, I want equality for all. I want liberty and justice for all. But until we can get liberty and justice for all, I want liberty and justice for Americans. You want liberty and justice for your citizens. They want liberty and justice for their citizens. The positive piece of this is your liberty and justice can't come at the expense of mine. Mine can't come at the expense of theirs. Theirs can't come at the expense of yours. Right now, that's what we have. Because America, and remember, America has the largest GDP in the world. America has a GDP larger than, I want to say, the next two largest countries combined. And then after that, it's like the next 5 countries combined. We make more money than these 2 or these 5. And that depends if you're taking out California or not, because that's always a hilarious stat. But America has a GDP of that. The American person doesn't. The average American's median household income isn't 6 figures. 79,000, I believe, which I don't believe anyway. I believe that figures lie and liars figure. It's kind of hard. It's really, really hard to have a setup where the median household income is 79,000, yet the bottom 50% of the population in America shares less than 3% of the wealth. But people are mad about a system they don't understand. And what's even worse is, once you reach full retirement, what's bad is she's mad about something she doesn't understand. And if her father has reached full retirement, what she's saying isn't even true. I read something about if you take out the top 100 earners in America, the average income drops to 40K or something. No. Salty bread, because that's not how median and mean works. Because we don't do a mean. We don't do a mean income. We do a median income, which means you line up every salary, and then you take the one in the middle or the mathematical average of the two in the middle if the number is odd. Taking out the top 1,000 earners in America, the mathematical average income drops, absolutely, but the median household income drops, because all you did by taking out the top 1,000 earners was move the position 500 slots down. No, not the mathematical average, the median household income. But again, the median household income is, people got to hear the word, the median household income is not the same as the average salary, which causes problems as well. 1 second. Now, just so everyone knows, once you reach the full age of retirement, the FRA, the full retirement age, there's no limit on how much you can earn. Before that, after $22,230 a year, for every $1 in benefits for every $2 you earn above that, $1 in benefits is withheld. The trick is, in the year you reach your full retirement age, only the earnings before your birth month count, and it's $1 withheld for every $3 earned. So when she says my father is about to retire and his money's going to disappear, okay, he's retiring before his full retirement age with a skill, with a trade, with a hobby, with a craft that can earn him money. So why is he attempting to draw from the Social Security Trust when that's not what it's for? Now, I know a lot of people are going to say, but that is what it's for. Okay. Two things. One, you're wrong. Two, who taught you wrong? I want to take that and I want to transition right into skilled and unskilled labor. And tag your friends and get them in here.
Okay, so
because this is spicy. This is spicy right here. We got skilled and unskilled labor, right? First of all, we're going to start with not millennials. We're going to start with neo-millennials and your salary expectations.
Why are you asking for such a high salary when you have no experience in this field?
Well, the job is much harder when you don't know what you're doing.
I think that is comedy, but it sets the stage really well. If you don't know what you're doing, the job is going to be really hard. For example, a background wise, I am a 7 level. Well, I was a 7 level. I retired. I was a 7 level bioequipment maintenance repair technician in the Air Force. That means I was fully trained. There was no more technical training that I needed to do. I have a degree in electrical engineering, biomedical technology. Now, that job, all that credentialing is great. It's still a $22 to $25 an hour job. Unless you have a specialty, which I did. Mine was telemetry and radiology. But that's, people are like, oh, you fix medical equipment. Yeah. How much does that pay? 6 figures? No, it's about $45,000 to start. Because it's great that you have this really long 5-word title in the military. You're at a hospital, you're an ET, you're an equipment technician. Now, if you're the guy that fixes the x-ray suite or the surgical suite or the telemetry is where all your stats and vitals are going to a centralized nurse station so one nurse can monitor 20, 25 patients. Those are specialty fields, because those, if shit breaks, they need that stuff fixed immediately. Like when I was admitted to the hospital, I was laughing with the surgical staff because I was high on painkillers and benzos. They were like, yeah, unfortunately our CT machine is down. I said, give me a toolbox and a multimeter, put me in, coach, I'm ready. And they looked over at my spouse and she's like, yeah, he's an equipment technician. You the guy authorized to fiddle with the CT, you probably make a pretty penny. You do, you make a really pretty penny. A guy that I know that does radiology for 6 state radiology equipment for 6 states. He's employed by GE. He doesn't go to work every day. He sits at home every day. But when he gets a call, he has to be at the hospital within 2 hours. He has to have it fixed within 6. Period. They don't give a shit. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck what's wrong with it. He's got a truck on his driveway full of all the parts he needs. He does swaptronics. If you're not familiar with swaptronics, you're not going to diagnose the machine. You're not going to figure it out at board level. You're literally going to get the machine up and running. He's got 6 hours. He's got to have the machine up within 6 hours of him being notified. During the days he's on his on days, he has to answer the phone within like 6 rings. He can't drink. He can't. He has to sleep normal hours. He can't be partying. He can't be away from that. I mean, he can go to like the grocery store. He can go to like the movies. But if he goes to the movies, he says he takes his work van to the movies. Like if he's running somewhere where he's going to be there for a couple, he takes the work van in case he gets a call. He laughed with me the one day after I retired. I was thinking about maybe getting a job, but then the military said, "You're too fucked up to be in the civilian world. You'll kill somebody." I laughed with him. I said, "Hey, when was the last time you worked?" He said, "I haven't worked in 9 months." Like 3 weeks later, he called me back. He said, "You son of a bitch. You called me, asked me about getting a job. I said I hadn't worked in 9 months. I haven't not worked. This is the first day I haven't been working in 3 weeks." I was like, well, that's why you make mid 150s.
Why are you asking for?
So let's take the first person's perspective. I showed this one on Friday. We'll play it again, and then we'll drive on.
There is no such thing as unskilled labor versus skilled labor, because there is no job that you can just walk into and do without any training or skill whatsoever. You cannot just walk into a McDonald's and automatically start making the food. It might not take you that much training, but it still takes you training, and any labor in any job requires skill. This distinction is purely made up so that people can justify giving lower wages to other people. The type of work you are doing does not matter. What matters is that if you are showing up every day to a job and giving 8 to 10 to 12 hours of your labor and of your life to a job, you are entitled to an equal part of that job's profit that you help create and a livable wage. It does not matter what you are doing.
Okay, sure. First of all, you'll notice that there's unskilled versus skilled versus training. Okay. And then I'm going to put one more thing on this list: versus talent. Okay. There is unskilled labor. Correlating training and skill is bullshit. All right? Correlating training and skill is your education level. Now, your education level does not have to be college. It could be trade school. It could be military. It could be university. And remember, I wish to God, Rachel seems like the kind of person that they understand. When I say this, old school people will know this. There used to be a difference between college and university. High school, community college, university. Now we allow every place to call themselves a university, when the truth of the matter is, a university used to simply be a collection of colleges. It was an organization that had the leadership, management, logistics, oversight to take multiple colleges. Like I went to a university. I went to a true university that about 5 or 6 years before I went to the university, it was a college. But then they had a school of business, a school of education, a school of nursing. And when they added those three together, they got the accreditation to say, not only do you offer general liberal arts and science and math education, but you have a dedicated school of business, a dedicated school of education, and a dedicated school of nursing. That was a good university. They had developed things. But now everybody's a fucking university. University of Phoenix Online. Shit. You can graduate from the University of Phoenix Online by turning in all AI papers. They don't give a shit. They just want your fucking tuition check. There's also proficiency. You could be the most proficient broom pusher in the country, but that doesn't make broom pushing skilled labor. You're right. You're right. Now, when you say training, every single job I've ever had has training. What's the fucking Xerox copy code? What's the alarm code? What's the policy? How do we do this? Now, I'm going to go even further. I was at Scott Air Force Base, which is AMC. I was at McConnell Air Force Base, which was AMC. And we did things differently at 2 AMC bases. Training is not the same as education. I'm sorry if people feel this way. Now, this individual says you deserve a equal share of the profits. Sure, you deserve an equal share of the profits. Okay. Let's play this game. You want it? I'm going to employ you at my bar. When you get started there, I'm going to need you to write me a check for $57,000 because you feel you're entitled to an equal share of the profits. So therefore, you're gonna have an equal share of the liability, right? You're gonna take an equal share of the liability. So when we add on a new person, your buy-in is $57,000. Now I take that $57,000 and I divvy it among all the other people that already work there. Doesn't that seem an awful lot like a pyramid scheme? You somehow want an equal share of my profit, but you don't want an equal share of the liability. If the fucking business closes down tomorrow, you get your last paycheck, you look for another job. If the business closes down tomorrow, I start having to figure out what can I salvage, what can I not. If I have $250,000 worth of kitchen equipment, but my building's only worth $150,000, well, when the building gets sold, I don't get any money back. I think that's an important realization. All the people now, I know that he's probably talking about Walmart. He's probably talking about Target. He's talking about all these other high corporates. But remember, corporations are owned by the public. Yes, I understand that most of them are owned by huge investment firms, but those huge investment firms are legal entities under the law making up the profit. Yes, Disney, the Disney Corporation emailed me directly last year. Why? Because the vote for chairman of the board was so close. Disney sent me a personal mail and said, our records indicate you have not voted yet in the upcoming board of directors election. Can we count on your vote? I own a portion of Disney. I am a shareholder. So me personally, this individual, I've said many times, I want Disney to pay its employees better. But the other shareholders, capitalistic shareholders, are like, no, fuck the employees. Give me my dividend.
If none of the people that work at McDonald's to flip burgers and make food and run the register show up tomorrow, McDonald's does not have a business. That's the point. It is the laborers and the workers on the ground level that are creating the value for the company. If every
you are creating the value for the company. And I wish I could be Max Headroom and be in every fucking American classroom right now. If you are low skill, unskilled, trained only labor, if I can teach you your job in a day, what you are, if you like the word because it helps you feel better with where you fit in the hierarchy, you are a wage slave. That is what you are. It's not nice. It's not fair. It is what it is. You've decided to exchange 10 hours of labor today for $150 today. You agreed to work a 10-hour shift for $15 an hour. I didn't show up at your fucking house. I didn't show up at your house and throw you in the back of the van and make you work there today.
Marketing person and the CEO of McDonald's didn't show up, it would not matter. Every customer would still go to the store and they would need the workers in the store to make the food. Therefore, those workers deserve a livable wage.
Okay, is it the workers deserve a livable wage or the workers deserve an equal share of the profit? Because now, are we playing baseball or basketball? Are we playing hockey or soccer? Hockey has a net. Soccer has a net. They are radically... Hockey would be fucking hilarious with a net the size of soccer. Soccer would be fucking amusing as shit. Could you imagine soccer with a hockey net? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Nobody would ever score. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in today's soccer game, this is what we are calling the George Carlin special. All of the water has been removed from both of the sidelines. in today's soccer match. The only fluids they can drink are whiskey, and it is laced with PCP. The game ends when the first goal is scored. Game on. Holy shit. Stop changing the fucking net size. Yes, McDonald's is a property management company before it's burger company, except there's a division of McDonald's which handles real estate. And there's a division of McDonald's that handles retail. I'll get to your question in one moment.
It is not the type of labor you do. It is the fact that you are giving your labor to a system and a business that...
Giving your labor. That if we were giving our labor, I would agree with you, but we're not giving our labor, we're selling our labor.
System and business owes you profits and a livable wage because they can't exist without you. This goes for all industries and all types of jobs. Let's say you're an engineer at a massive firm and you live well. They pay you 6 figures, but the firm is pulling in hundreds of millions of dollars. You still deserve a higher wage. If your labor is helping the business generate the profit and it can't function without you, you deserve more of a share of those profits. It does not matter the level of job. It does not matter your position. You are what creates value and profit for the business, and you deserve more of it.
Okay. Maybe. I don't know. I got a couple other videos, but I always like to take the first time chatters. What do I think about H-1B? I'm assuming you mean the visas? H-1B green card seekers? Here's my problem with H-1B. First of all, people are making a huge mountain out of a molehill when it comes to H-1B. Let me see if I can pull the stat really quickly. And then I'll tell you what I really think about him. I'm going to see if I can get the number really quickly. We have less than about 1 million H-1B visa holders. For the short term, I don't have a problem with H-1B visas. Short term, I don't have a problem. Because companies have needs, and if they're filing an H-1B visa and they're bringing them to America, that means they're paying American taxes. I need everybody to understand this. When you come to America on an H-1B visa, you have to pay taxes to the American government. Somehow people have gotten it into their head that you come here on an H-1B visa and you're here working and you're taking services, but you're not paying. Hey, Wolfagar, sit the fuck down and don't steal my thunder, god damn it. Don't fucking tell the punchline of my joke while I'm halfway through it, motherfucker. That's why in the short term, H-1B visas are okay, because we have a need right now. Today we have a need. My problem with H-1 visas are this. H-1B visas are like, our school system sucks and we don't get enough engineers. Should we fix the school system? Nah, dog, that takes too fucking long. Just bring in Asian engineers because they have more of them than they need. That's my problem. This country has no pride. America has no pride. America has no self-respect. When does America show unity and pride and respect? The Olympics? And when we get bombed? When there's a school shooting? War? Why can't we have national pride every single day of the week? But like all the people complain Indian and Chinese taking jobs. Right, but first of all, they're not taking jobs. This is the piece. Yes, they're taking a job, but let me spell it out. Here's the piece that they don't want to say. So here's the company, and they have one job, and here's 500 American applicants, right? And 0 of them can do the job. 0 of them have the credentials. 0 of them have the experience. Now, this is an engineering job. And without that engineering job, this company is going to go this way, which means other jobs are going to be at risk. So they bring in why is my fucking pen all jacked up today? They bring in an H-1B visa holder because they need an engineer. If they get the engineer, the company stays engineering. They continue to move forward. If they don't get the engineer, the company's like, well, if you tie our hands and you don't let us import the skill sets we need, then we'll have to close the plant because it doesn't work. It's just like that chip plant down in Texas, 44 something odd $billion chip plant, but they can't get their chips to run right. So this entire town for 10 years has been counting on this mass expansion to the chip factory, and the chip factory isn't gonna open and expand on time and probably will close. Well, what's that gonna do to the town? That town's gonna fall apart. You take out the town's biggest employer, when that town is 50 miles, 100 miles away from anything near it, well, they're fucked. I get what people are saying. You're like, they're taking a job away. But the cross side to that is people don't want to work. Like, I'll show this video.
There is no such thing as unskilled.
There is. Shut your mouth. Shut your fucking pie hole. This girl, I think I showed this the other day. This girl.
What are your thoughts on raising the age of enlistment to 25?
I think it is a terrible idea.
So that teenagers, fresh out of high school, some still in high school, cannot sign a contract to sacrifice themselves to the U.S. government.
If they can't go into the military at 18, they can go to college, where the majority of them will have to sign a contract and put them in debt for decades in order to be able to pay for it. She wants to take away an avenue for the advancement of people. Now, I didn't mention it in the video because I didn't want it to matter. She goes on to talk about brains aren't fully developed until 25. Okay? I went into the military at 23 with a master's degree in education, a bachelor's degree in history, and a bachelor's degree in political science. According to her, I'm like 3 people down from the top of the hierarchy of understanding adolescent development, because above me would be the neuroscientists and then the psychologists, and after that, a person with an MA is about the fucking top of the food chain when it comes to adolescent development. But you're going to tell me that I can't go into the military for another 18 months because I don't understand my own development? The flip side of H-1B are all the illegal immigrants working the farms because few to no Americans are willing to do the work to keep the farms operating. I don't disagree with you, and now look at the problem we're having. Price of fruit is going up. Price of beef is going up. Price of everything is going up. You should pay Americans a livable wage. Cool. I don't disagree. I also want to remind you, if you want no illegal immigrants in America and you want everybody to be making $20, $22 an hour, then congratulations. Your pound of ground beef is going to cost $20. You're not going to eat beef every day anymore. You're not going to eat meat every day anymore. Well, what do you mean, Jay? Look at Asian culture. They don't eat meat with every meal. They get the amount of protein they need a week because it is cost prohibitive for them to all get, like, shit, man. And we're all guilty of it. I'm guilty of it. I'm not saying I'm not guilty of it. I walked into the grocery store yesterday. All I wanted was 2 pieces of fried chicken. They didn't come to the counter. So I fucking went over and I grabbed a steak. Smallest steak they had was a 12-ounce strip. I made that and 3 eggs. Don't they get a decent amount of plant protein as well? Some of them do, yes. But I don't need a 12-ounce strip steak. She's the one that asked if female age of consent should be raised to 21 instead of 18. She's an idiot. Yeah, she's an idiot. Plus, in that, I talk about, I didn't hit her with it, but I said we should raise the age of drug consumption. But I didn't say because this girl's eyes are clearly glazed over, so it's either fucking drugs or donuts. That town will turn into most towns where the big job closes, plop a Walmart and fast food, sprinkle drugs, and a pool of half the countries. Yeah, and poof, half the country. Absolutely. The problem is people, and I'm sorry, and I will apologize for this on behalf of society. You were on an H-1B visa one summer and there weren't a lot of Americans working with you. A lot of times they're not, because there's not enough qualified applicants. Why don't you have qualified applicants? Well, we don't have qualified applicants because people have this opinion, and it is the way wrong fucking opinion. And I get that people say an opinion can't be wrong. An opinion can absolutely fucking be wrong. That's not the one I want to go to next. I want to go to this one. I want to go to this one.
Skilled labor means specifically skilled. You know, like HVAC technician, architect, welder. Shit that requires significant amounts of training and things that just normal people can't just walk in and pick up on day one.
Imagine being this proud to be this wrong.
Imagine being that proud to be this wrong. Let's watch what this guy fucking runs off, and then I have another one of his videos about how wrong he is.
Like, really, like, try to wrap your head around it. Because there's too many people that have been shown to walk in to places like McDonald's and not be able to hack it, to not be able to keep up with that kind of work pace, to not be able to manage and deal with customers. Dealing with customers is a skill, especially the type of customers that treat you like you're subhuman. There is no such thing as unskilled labor. All labor requires a skill. Now, that might mean a smaller array of general skills, but you still have to be excellent at it. The smaller array of general skills required, the more excellence required in those skills. Because it means you are going to need to be more efficient than anyone else. They call things like strawberry picking unskilled labor. There's a reason when you see some general moron go out there and try to do it, they're working at literally 5% the pace that anyone else is. There is no such thing as...
No. They're working at 5% the pace somebody else is because they're lazy as fuck. I work with people that don't work fast enough. That's laziness, not skill. Exactly.
Unskilled labor. This is a conservative bullshit talking point that has no basis in reality. But to quote you, I'm very smart and shut up.
When I go after this guy, I'm gonna go after him, and I'm gonna his TikTok is anger and autism. I've seen him fucking almost just about throw the I'm autistic and you can't say that to me. Well, guess what, bitch? Guess what, bitch? I can. I absolutely can. Now, I want to show you, because I am that asshole. Here is the operator's manual for the Frymaster Beal A14 Series 2 Gen Love electric fryer. It's an 84-page manual, right? This is an 84-page manual for how to use the fryer. Or
we need
Medium.
shit. No offense. There's half the fucking that's half the fucking training for fries right there. I'm not knocking people who work fast food. I worked fast food. If it's a shitty job, I've probably done it. But that's half the fucking job. Why are people trying to make this bullshit out to be, right? That McDonald's is complicated. The average McDonald's worker, yeah, it took me all day. The average fucking McDonald's, that machine, it literally is, they're all pre-programmed. They're all pre-programmed. Boop, boop. Chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets on the left. Fries on the right. You dumb fuck, we don't put chicken nuggets in the left. Fucking Bob. Shit. McDonald's has fucking McRobot. It makes the burgers for you. To a degree, it will be quite difficult for even relatively skilled Americans to get those high-paying positions when a working population of 163 pulls the best and brightest from a pool of 3.63 billion. No, salty bread. I'm going to stop you right there. It doesn't matter. We don't pull from the whole population. The number of H-1B visas is capped. The number of H-1B visas is hard capped. The problem is we have engineers. First of all, I'm a fucking bitch slap you back to whatever country you came from. The best and the brightest in every career field come from America. That's not American pride. That's simply the very best and the very brightest in every career field come out of America. That doesn't mean they're American, except for Oxford University and a couple of other one-off universities around the world. Where do all the rich fucking members of the rest of the world send their kids to college? In America. Because our top echelon of education, we have more top echelon universities than any other country combined, as we fucking should. As we should. As we should. Every one of our universities should be a top echelon university. Exactly. We should have that because we have a fuckload of money. We have more money than any two countries put together. Our largest state is the 5th largest country in the world in terms of economy. America should have more fucking top echelon universities than anybody else in the world. Boom. Now, we're not producing American engineers, but we're producing the shit out of engineers from other countries. You got people that are making their little TikToks that are like, I graduated from Cornell University with a 3.8 and I can't get a job. Congratulations, you graduated from Cornell University with a fucking degree that's not designed to get you a job making more than $15 or $18 an hour. No, it doesn't put that doesn't put American born on the back foot. I'll give you an example. I'm not a great parent. I'm not a great parent. I'm a good parent. I'm not a great parent. My daughter came home on Friday. It's the first Friday, and my daughter is lazy. My daughter has the lazy condition. I said to my daughter, I said, "Do you have any homework?" She said, "No." I said, "Are you sure?" She said, "Yes." I started cooking dinner. She says, my wife comes in from the car and says, "Did you get your dad to sign that form?" My head lifted off of its shoulders and rotated 180 degrees and said, "I just asked you twice if you have homework." And she says, "Well, it's not really homework." Hold on a second. Do I have to sign it? She's like, "Yeah." Did I ask? "Yeah." That's homework. Then a minute later, she's like, "Oh, and I have a speech to do." So that's homework. We have lost the narrative in our country because we allow people to be lazy. And I don't blame anybody in particular, because as I have great conversations, I mean, everybody did that when we were kids. No, the fuck everybody didn't do that when we were kids. You may have done that shit when you were a kid. My household, I got home from school. I got to change, get a snack, sit down at the kitchen table, do all of my homework, leave my folder on the table. My mom would look it over. Then my dad would come home from work. He would look it over, and only then was my homework done. Only then. That's why I am with my daughter how I am. If you have homework on a Friday, you're doing it Friday. That way you have the rest of the weekend. And what I said to my kid was like, "Well, I don't know why you're making me do it this now because it's not due till Wednesday." I'm glad you asked. That's an enlightened question. Let's talk about it. because your homework doesn't dictate to me how I live my life unless you have no other alternative. But if I decide on Monday I want to drive up to the steakhouse, I don't want you to tell me I can't go because you have homework that you had all weekend. If Carlos Mencia has a great joke where we kept lowering the standard and lowering the standard and lowering the standard and lowering the standard. It is better educationally. And the point of education is to learn shit, not to get grades. So I'll tell you something that I did as a teacher. As a teacher, if you got 90% or above on a pretest, I didn't make you do the lesson. And then I realized there was a problem there. Because if you get a 90% on the pretest and you get a 90% on the post-test, you've increased your knowledge by 0%. Meanwhile, a kid gets a 35 on the pretest and he gets an 87 on the post-test. He's supposed to get a B, but he has more than doubled his knowledge on the subject. We have got to turn this shit back around and make school about education. And if that means get rid of grades, then fucking get rid of them for 5 years or 10 years or one generation. Because girl makes her TikTok. I graduated from Cornell University with a master's degree and a 3.8. I'm happy to announce I start my job as a hostess next week. Well, then what the fuck does your 3.8 matter? What do you know? What skills do you have? We've turned the entire American meat grinder for kids into excuses. We're going to lower the standard. And then we're going to lower the standard. Then we're going to lower the standard. Then we're going to lower the standard. She has a degree in biomedical sciences, which sounds really fancy until you realize that biomedical sciences leads you to degrees as a research assistant. When you have experience plus a degree, you get to lead some research projects. We bring in cram school till 10 p.m. in America and canceling summer vacation? No, because you don't need that. Did you know that all the people that want to extend the school day to put more academic stuff in the school day have the fucking wrong answer? You should be teaching one teachable thing per technical class, per STEM class per day. You teach one large concept with many sub-concepts in social studies and language arts over a block of instruction. That's why get your average fucking, and I don't mean these new math textbooks. These new math textbooks can suck a duck, fucking Common Core math and bullshit. Now, some of the Common Core math shit they're teaching is actually useful, but it's not Common Core math. It's 20 or 8% of 25 is the same percent as 25% of 8. Like, that's the shit we learned. That was just called learning math. That was just called this is how math works. Go back to an old school math textbook from like the 80s or the 90s. Algebra was easy. You were sick for 10 days. You got like pneumonia. You were in the hospital. Algebra was easy to teach yourself back in the day. I remember being sick. Fucking Holt algebra book has a 3-dimensional marble floating on the... Hold on. Can I... I'm a fucking see. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna date myself here. Right? I want to see if it pops up. Yeah. Holy fuck. Holy motherfuck, right? Here it is. Real fucking talk, man. If you need to teach a kid Algebra 1, get your fucking kid that book. Get that motherfucker. Where are you? Get that motherfucker. You need to learn Algebra 1? Get that motherfucker. I ain't even joking. That fucking algebra book? Shit. I may buy a copy of that just to teach my kids some algebra. But they used to make great fucking textbooks because they were designed for the partnership between the school and the parents. Now, my kid doesn't even have a fucking math textbook. The school fucking has them do Khan Academy. Well, if you're doing Khan Academy, and I said this last year, and apparently some of the teachers figured out that I'm not dead yet. I'm fucking, I'm the Black Panther. As you can see, I am not dead. I showed up at a school board meeting. If you're all you're gonna do is fucking teach the kids Khan Academy, then why the fuck are we paying you $75,000 a year? Shit, let's get 3 teachers assistants at $20K a pop. I can get 2 more bodies in here for $15,000 less. Khan Academy, KHAN. It's an online website that you can teach yourself math. It's an online academy for kids K through 12 to learn all this shit. Math, social studies, economics, reading, language arts, science. Why is my fucking kid's school got them learning? Like, this one's really good. This one's really good, by the way. Electrical engineering and organic chemistry. They do really good with that, which is great. The schools are outsourcing teaching to a software company. Yep. Common sense prevailed and they resigned immediately. I would say 50% or more of my school teachers in my district are new this year because of all the bullshit the administration's trying to do. The good ones left and the bad ones knew that there was going to be no top cover for them. I'm gonna go back to skilled and unskilled.
Labor means.
I'm gonna go back to skilled and unskilled. Now this is the guy's full video. Here you go.
Paraphrasing this comment, but I work in a call center and the amount of people that can't do the most simple tasks is wild. This was posted on a video talking about how there is no such thing as unskilled labor. All labor requires both skill and proficiency. All labor. I managed a call center for 15 years, and every single day, every single tech would inevitably have a person that called in that couldn't follow 3 simple steps in their instructions and would throw a tantrum and say things, I used to be a nuclear technician, or I was an engineer at IBM for 48 years. Every single day. Well, sorry, Mr. So-and-so, it's Dr. So-and-so. Well, I apologize, Dr. So-and-so, but if you would just actually do the simple thing I'm talking, you have to, 1, be able to maintain your composure with people who are violently frustrating and cannot and refuse to follow instructions, because you telling them what they have to do is a personal affront to their intelligence. And you have to be able to know all the steps for every single device that you are working through off of the top of your head.
Bullshit. No, you don't. You work in a fucking call center, you fucking liar. The fucking shit's on the screen. Call center people run from a script. Now, if you're not talking about a call center, if you're talking about an IT department, that is a different thing. That is a different thing. But if you said a call center,
it is not unskilled labor, despite the fact that it's 8 hours worth of training to go through and generally understand what you're supposed to do.
Holy fuck. Did this motherfucker just say 8 hours worth of training? Pick a fucking side of this argument. This is the guy that I'm gonna go after both fucking barrels. Pick a side of the argument. Either it's educated labor or it's trained labor. I'll get rid of skilled versus unskilled. It's either educated labor or it's uneducated labor. It's trained labor. If you can learn to do the fucking job in 8 hours, that's a $15 to $20 to maybe $21 an hour job. Period.
It is not unskilled labor. The same people will go to a McDonald's at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning during rush hour and be angry because they had to wait 3.5 minutes for their breakfast, or they had to sit in the drive-thru for 20 minutes because there's 100 cars waiting.
Hold on. Which fucking McDonald's has a 100 car drive-through line? This is what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is this is his bullshit, and I'll just destroy your argument. I'm sorry. If I get to the fucking McDonald's and there's 2 cars ahead of me and I sit there for 20 fucking minutes, You're not even following the standard McDonald's operation manual. If I get there and you've got a custom order, you have that person park in slot 1, 2, or 3 so I can fucking push all the other cars out. Why do you have to make your example ridiculous? 100 cars? Really?
Be angry, like, why did I have to wait? Well, I don't know. Maybe it's because we are literally processing 2 customers a minute and there's 100 people in line and you...
Again, you're processing 2 customers a minute. There's 100 customers. That's got to be the fucking busiest goddamn McDonald's I've ever seen.
You might have to wait through that process while we...
Also, how do you have 100 customers and you're only able to process 2 a minute? If you had 100 customers, you should be processing 20 a minute. It's McDonald's. Now, I get it. You might have a problem if everybody fucking orders nuggets, because nuggets are the long pole in the tent. Absolutely. At White Castle, it was chicken rings. Somebody pulls up in the drive-thru and they're like, I need 100 chicken rings. Yeah, I'm going to need you to pull into slot 1. I ain't moving. Motherfucker, then I ain't serving you no goddamn chicken wings. Put your ass in fucking stall 1. Motherfucker.
Do what we're supposed to do. If this was unskilled labor, anyone could come in and be amazing at it. All labor requires skill.
All labor requires skill. Not all labor requires education to do. You're literally talking about training. There is a difference between a trained individual and an educated individual. And maybe all we need to do is change the vernacular. Does your job require a college degree? Yes or no? Does it require an associate's degree? Yes or no? Does it require a high school diploma? Yes or no?
And the assertion that oh, it's you just maybe that's all labor requires.
Oh, did you motherfucker just about to say the word proficiency? So you want a trained individual who's proficient. Oh shit. He fucked his own argument. I'm not saying that there's not a level of proficiency. And let's be honest. If I walked into a McDonald's right now, I could become very, very proficient at making fries, very, very proficient at making nuggets, very, very proficient at making burgers. The problem is when I take a coworker's fucking head and I put it in the frying oil because they pissed me off, because I have 0 proficiency at dealing with dumb fucks. So you got to proficiency, the word you shouldn't have used? Oh, got ya. Nobody is saying you're not good at it. Nobody has ever said you're not good at it.
There is no such thing as a minimum.
Nobody has ever said you're not good at what you do. I have met McDonald's people that if I could, I would love to fucking give them a big giant tip, because their quarter pounder is better than quarter pounders. Oh, wait, never mind. That's the salad. Sorry, I've been up since 4 a.m. I've met McDonald's workers whose quarter pounder with cheese was fucking immaculate. I'd love to give him a fucking big raise if I could. And then I meet the motherfuckers whose McDonald's quarter pounder comes out of the thing like that. Like, dude, you don't even give a shit about your job. Isn't the definition of proficiency a high degree of skill? It is. It is. But you can be proficient, right? You can be proficient at unskilled, trained labor. Or you can be proficient at being an electrical engineer. The guy that came in twice a day to sweep our shop, he was really good. But he wasn't, like, at the end of the day, we had a guy that came in, swept our shop, mopped our floor, emptied our trash cans. But the truth is, he's very proficient at doing those. He does it very well. He does it accurately and quickly. But the janitor shouldn't be making as much as the equipment technician, because there's a difference in level of education. And now I'm going to tie it. There were 4 videos in item 1 today. See, I'm all fucking organized. The last one is the idea of a livable wage.
There is no such thing as a minimum skilled job. All jobs require skills required by the employer, and as such, all employees, whether they are doing a minimum wage job or not, should be paid a livable wage.
Okay. Watch this. Watch this. Here's the equipment technician shop. Now, according to you, the janitor should be making $20 an hour. And I pay my ETs $22 an hour. Hey guys, the janitor's demanding $20 an hour. And if I pay the janitor that, you guys won't get raises for 3 years because that's how life works. Fuck it. What does he do? Give me the list of tasks he does every day. Well, for your office, he comes in every day and he empties all your trash cans. He sweeps the floor, and on Fridays he mops. Cool. Fuck him. Don't need him. Hey guys, in order to protect our wages, is everybody cool with either being on a rotation of a full week for doing the janitor's job or daily? Yeah, man, I'm cool. You mean I'm gonna get a raise? Yeah, you're gonna get a raise. Fuck the janitor. See, that's where you're not understanding. This is where it's gonna go. I don't need a janitor. Oh well, if fast food workers don't start getting a livable wage, fine. Fuck it. We don't need fast food either, do we? Yeah, there's a big confusion between livable and the life you want. And that's, again, another person. I'm not going to yell at you because you're kind of newish. You stole my thunder. So I'm glad you got there.
Let's talk about like a fry cook at McDonald's who makes minimum wage. If that was a job anyone could do that required no skill, then you could do it and that fry cook wouldn't need to do their job.
Congratulations, ready? You can do it. Which way do you want to do it? Which way do you want to do it? Do you want to do it with an air fryer? Or do you want to do it with an oil fryer? Because you can buy an air fryer and make fries at your house for about $1.50. You can make steak fries, curly fries, straight fries, thin fries, shoestring fries. All you got to do is buy a fry slicer. So about a $200 investment for a particular potato slicer and an air fryer, you now can make you can make as many orders of fries as you want, and a potato costs you about $1.50. And now you're not restricted to the McDonald's menu. I can make Parmesan garlic fries. I can make gravy fries.
But more than that, if that fry cook is not able to make a livable wage at their job and is able to find work elsewhere, they will. And then you know what people like this say?
Go fucking do it. Hold on. I don't remember what he says, but I'll tell you this. Go fucking do it. If you can make a fucking livable wage somewhere fucking else, go fucking do it. Eliminate the low skilled, no skill, bottom fucking side of the fucking food chain. And what it will naturally do is increase wages. Congratulations. You just graduated Jalan's course on capitalism. If all of the labor is able to go to higher paying jobs, the rising tide lifts all boats. Why is it you live in a fucking Delulu world where you think that people who can only work at fucking McDonald's work at McDonald's?
They say no one wants to work. You don't get to have it both ways.
What do you mean nobody gets to work? The fuck are you talking about? People not wanting to work has nothing to do with the fucking wages. People not wanting to work has to do with our fucking dumbass government gives out more in unemployment and benefits than people that are working at the bottom. Again, unemployment is great. It's a social safety net. It's a floor. It's to make sure people don't lose their houses, lose their cars, backslide into poverty when the system fails them. Not when they fail themselves.
Janitors and fry cooks and busboys, all those jobs deserve livable wages. And $7.25 an hour is not a livable wage in this country. That's not a radical thing to.
Good job. $7.25 isn't a livable wage in this country. You're absolutely right. It's not. And nobody's going to say it is. There's not a ton of states that have a minimum wage of $7.25. There are 12 states. 12 out of 50 states match the minimum wage. During COVID, you were truly contemplating going to McDonald's for $15 an hour if I could have gotten full time. Yeah, but during COVID, if you were unemployed, you were getting $15 an hour to be unemployed and your state benefits. McDonald's are running with teams of 2 people. The higher the wage, the less people working. Yep. If you want to work at McDonald's, you could at least work your ass off. Yep. You're not wrong. Is it really $7.25? I remember getting that. Yes. Okay, let me explain federal minimum wage. Federal minimum wage. There are only 12, 13, 14, 15, 17. Oops, hold on. I moved all my buttons around. 17 out of 50 states use the federal minimum wage of $7.50. But here's the fact that no one's going to tell you. That's the minimum they have to pay. That's not the average rate of pay, either median or mathematically. Just because the minimum wage is this, all minimum wage means is they can't go any lower. But what Rachel says is, if you're going to work at McDonald's, learn the business, work your way up, become a franchise owner. Like, that's the point. The point of the shitty entry-level, low-skilled jobs is that you're not supposed to work them for your whole life. And that's the piece I want to drill into people's heads. If you're not in college and you're not in high school and you're not retired waiting to get to the full age of retirement and you're working fast food as your career, or you're not a mom, right? You're not a mom who's just picking up extra hours. You shouldn't be working fast food as your career. You shouldn't be Uber driving for your career, Uber eating, Grubhubbing. You shouldn't be doing those things. Those are jobs, they're Joe jobs. Those are kick around jobs. Those are filler jobs. What the fuck happened to people's pride? Whatever happened to the dreams of the girl president? She's dancing in the video, shaking her ass next to 50 Cent. Why should a girl in high school right now, and I mean this, why should a girl who's about to turn 18 give a fuck about her college career when she can do what Lily Tay just did and sell her ass on OnlyFans and make several $100,000? Why should a girl struggle through college when she can go to the strip club, shake her ass, make $2,500 in a night? I get it. This is the pride thing. You don't like being called unskilled labor. Guess what? Papa J is going to call you. You dig a ditch for a living? I need you to dig a ditch. I need a ditch dug. I don't want to dig it. You're going to dig it. I'm going to pay you. At the end of the day, you're unskilled labor. You're digging a ditch. Sitting in the hot tub the other night, looking at my fucking property borderline, and I'm like, you know what? I don't like any of those trees over there anymore. My wife says to me, you going to tear them out? I'm like, fuck no, I'm going to call the guy that took the trees out in the front yard. He can fucking do it. My wife says, yeah, but don't touch these over here. This is where the bunnies live. The discussion of me doing that shit never came up. I ain't running a fucking chainsaw. My arm won't let me. I can't feel my feet or my left hand. I see the doctor in a week for my neuropathy test. I can't feel my left hand. ain't crying about it. Fucking misspell words and shit on the left side of the keyboard. Yeah, chainsaw fell up by an axe. Hold on a second. You think if I ain't gonna run a chainsaw, I go fuck around chopping it down with an axe? What the fuck is wrong with you? You're going the wrong direction on the skilled labor, man. There are two types of jobs. There are office jobs and there are dirty jobs. I hate to tell people something. Dirty jobs oftentimes pay more. Have you stumbled around social media in the guy that he services septic tanks? Guy has an amazing TikTok career. He services septic tanks. What does he say when he pops open the top of a septic tank? He says, smells like money. Why does it smell like money? Because nobody else wants to do it. I have a friend has worked himself, well, not a friend, an online associate, worked himself up from working at a septic company to own his own septic company. What he has done, me putting my foot up his ass, dude, do you have the ability to go to college? No. Why? Because I can't go to college because it's a 4-year investment I'd have to make, and I have a wife and I have kids and I have bills and I have this and I have that. Cool. Appreciate the sub. By the way, appreciate all the Prime subs. Cough them up. If you got a Prime sub, cough them up. Papa J needs to finance a new project. I don't want your money. I don't want your money. I want Bezos's money. Cough up those Prime subs. Said him about 5, 6, 7 years ago, said to this guy, I said, okay, so you don't have time to go to college. I must have been COVID, so 5 years ago. I said, you don't have time to go to COVID. Or you don't have time to go to college. No. Why? And the guy was honest to God honest. He said, I have a wife, I have a house, I have bills, I have cars, I have commitments. I don't have time to go to college. I said, that's all bullshit. You can make time. He took a deep breath and he said, okay, I'm not smart enough to go to college. Cool. Money. At least you're honest. Now I know what I'm working with. I said, what do you do? He's like, I'm a septic worker. I said, are you overworked? He said, yes. I said, if you're overworked and you're working overtime all the time, you know what that means? It means there's room for another company where you're at. Because if you're working overtime all the time, it means your skill set can be applied. So he sat down, came up with a plan, got his job to pay for future certifications, all the things he needed to do, started asking questions at work, started learning, and then one day said to his boss, I'd like to start my own business, but I don't want to compete with you. And the guy was like, took you long enough. I'll help you start your new business because then I lose a bunch of work, but I know there's a person I can send work to. And then if I help you, you'll send work to me. We both benefit. They split the area in half. My buddy ended up just picking up all of that guy's work on this side. Now, yes, he had to do some hustle. He had to build some other clients. He didn't get handed a fully running business, but the guy got rid of all the shit that he didn't want to do on that side. And he was good. He was the smartest, uneducated person I know. He got his business going. He asked me lots of questions. He asked his mentor a lot of questions. Then he comes to me and he's like, hey man, I'm making a lot more money. What should I do? I said, what do you mean? He's like, well, should I buy, do I move to a new house? I don't know what to do with wealth. I said, you get your house paid for, you get your cars paid off, you come back, you let me know when all that's done. He's got zero debt now. You don't fall into the trap of, oh, now I'm making more money, let me buy a new house. Why don't you get out of debt? I'm going to show this fucking bullshit.
No such thing.
This fucking bullshit that people do. And I hate TikTok. We're teaching people so ass backwards and wrong. Where's the house guy? Where's the guy that fucking just lied to everybody? Oh no, where is he? What did I have it. What did I number it as? Welfare checks. Number 7 it should have been, right? 6, 7. Oh, 6, housing investment.
We need to give up the idea that buying a house is a great investment.
We need to give up the idea that buying a house is a great investment.
Buying a house is a lifestyle that you're able to afford. It is not the pinnacle of financial success, nor is it high up on the list of good investments that you can make from a financial perspective. My friend bought a house in 2019 and now their house is worth double. They got lucky. They got bailed out by the best market that we've ever seen. Those days are over. You can no longer look at buying a house and say, hey, that's a great place to put your money. Listen, there are many perks to buying a house. This isn't me being against home ownership. I mean, shit, I'm a realtor. My point is, buy a house when you can afford it, when you're ready for the lifestyle change, and you have the financial means to make a prudent, good decision. Because look at what you can pay in rent versus what you pay in home ownership. The average rent is $1,750 in the United States. The average home costs $400,000. And when you look at...
Oh, wait. Is this another fucking person that deals with houses that wants to drive people into renting?
That from a monthly payment standpoint, that's at least $3,000 in mortgage payment every...
No, the fuck it's not, you lying piece of shit. No, the fuck it is not, you lying motherfucker.
Single month, not including the down payment and closing costs that you forked over, and not including all...
What, wait, your fucking mortgage payment is $3,000 a fucking month after you've paid the down payment?
Maintenance and repairs. When you take into account the amount that you could save in rent, and you take that amount and you invest it in something that gets a higher return, you'll...
What the fuck gets a higher return than real estate? You dumb motherfucker. What the fuck? What the fuck builds equity faster?
Start to see clearly why finance people talk about buying a house as not a great investment anymore.
No finance people are talking about not buying a house as a great investment. No, nobody, you lying piece of shit. Nobody, you lying motherfucker. Okay, I'm not going to be polite anymore. I want you all to get mad. We're all going to be the Bruja clan for a while. We're all going to fucking rant because this is the shit that's just got to come to an end. Ready? It's going to take me exactly one fucking website and exactly 1 fucking second to show this to you. And you're going to say, what in the fuck? Right? What this guy did was he took all the other bits and bobs, threw them into the calculator, right? And what he did is he said, oh, I'm going to lie to prove my point. A $416,000 house at a 6.5% mortgage rate is $2,600 a month. Now, if I put down the 20% like I'm fucking supposed to, it drops it down to $2,100. Right now, the interest rate sucks. Let's say we get the interest rate down to 4.5, just something reasonable. Does that get down to below the cost of fucking rent? Yes, it does. What people are fucking going on and on and on about is they're giving you bullshit advice because we're sitting right now at a terrible interest rate, and we're talking about people that can't buy, that don't have 20% down, but we're also talking about this fucking median number. You do not have to buy a $414,000 house because that is not the mathematical average. That is the median price. That is the median price. It's okay if you don't know the difference between a median price and the mathematical average. You should have paid attention in school, but I'll fix your problem. Mean is your average, the average that you know. Median is when we take 5, 5, 5, 7, 9, 9, 9. The median price is 7 because it's the one that occurs right in the middle. If you take the average, you're going to get a different number. So when you have the mathematical average price, right? You take 414,000. 50% of houses are cheaper than that. Well, 50% are more expensive. Do you have $1 million? No, then shut the fuck up. That's not your side of the house. When I'm driving for a car, I have a decent amount of wealth. I don't have Range Rover wealth. Could I buy a Range Rover? Yes. Does it add 5 inches to my dick? No, then what do I need it for? Can I buy a $70,000 car? Yes. Does it get me to the same place at the same time as the $20,000 car? Yeah. Do they both have air conditioning? Yes. Both automatic transmissions? Yes. Both airbags? Yes. Who the fuck wants to buy a $70,000 car? Now, if you got $70,000 play money, buy the $70,000 car. But don't listen to dumb fucks like that guy saying housing. I pulled some numbers. Nothing is outperforming houses right now. Nothing is outperforming. People are going to try to hit you with this. We're going to go back to the 90s. Someone going to try to hit me with that Triple H shit. Okay. No problem. You're going to say something like... where are my notes? Someone's going to hit me with the, oh, well, did you know that the S&P 500 index has averaged historically 11% over the last century? Why do you give a fuck about what the S&P 500 index over the last century is? Why do people look at that number? What does that matter? I'm going to show you where you don't want to be. You don't want to be the motherfucker who put his money in. We'll go a year. You don't want to be the guy that put his money in here and then needed his money here. Putting your money in the S&P 500 index is great. You know when you do that? When you're following Papa J's advice and you're taking 20 to 30% of your monthly income and you're throwing it into investments. It's the money that you don't need today. It's the money because people are like, oh, well, if I put my money in the S&P 500 index, I'm going to get a 10% return year over year. Okay. So you take 40,000 and you get a $4,000 return. And you're like, yeah, man, that's $4,000. I say, yeah, now give Uncle Sam his 600. And they're like, what do you mean? It's capital gains. It's a capital gains investment. You don't get to keep all 4,000 of that. You have to keep that investment for 365 days. And then when you pull that out, because it's a capital gains investment, you owe Uncle Sam. Well, it's still 3,200. Oh, you know what I don't owe Uncle Sam on? My real estate. You know what I don't owe Uncle Sam on? My primary residence, as long as I live in it for the 2 of the previous 5 years when I sell it. People say, oh, well, what about the maintenance costs? Here, I'll help you out. My house, when I bought it, cost $175,000. Because I'll never bullshit you about things you don't know about. My house cost $175,000. So within a year of me buying it, I set $17,500 into a savings account, and it's called the House Emergency Fund. I've only drawn $5,000 out of that account in 9 years. But now, my house is worth $300,000. So now the account has $30,000 in it. Yes, I will have to put a roof on the house. Yes, I will probably have to redo the siding. Yes, a week before my fucking vacation, my damn garage door springs broke. If you have a capital gain from the sale of your main home, you may qualify to exclude 250% of that gain or up to $500,000. Yeah, and then if you live in it, if it's your primary residence for X number, hold on. Let me grab the exact verbiage. Yeah, 250,000 or 500,000. I'm not trust but verify. Do you know how much it is? Like my house has gained $150,000. I have another $350,000 to go before I owe the government any tax on it. You know what I'm not doing every month? Paying fucking rent. If you don't buy a $400,000 house, you're a failure. You see, you can't live in a house that doesn't have 3 bathrooms and 4 bedrooms. Right, exactly. Where's the $100,000 video guy?
Give up the idea.
Where's the I love this guy because this guy did a great video where he talked about. I realize I need to do one more thing in the morning. When I number all these videos, I gotta write down which videos they are. Here's my six-figure guy.
A lot of millennials are realizing this. When you arrive at six figures, it's not what we thought of back in the 90s, early 2000s growing up. 100K was it. 100K meant something in our bones and our soul. I remember talking to the guidance counselor, talking to friends. We're gonna make six figures one day. We're gonna have it all. We're gonna do it. And then you arrive at six figures in 2023, and if you live in the city, you realize it is just enough to get by. And when you think about having kids, this is what me and my wife are thinking about. We're 35 and 36 years old. So if we want to have kids, we got to get after this pretty soon. But she has a great job. I have a great job. We both work 60 hours a week with our side hustles.
Hold on. You have a great job. Hold on. First of all, if you have a great job, why the fuck are you making TikToks? Clearly you need money. Second of all, I want you to recognize, you're making, $32 an hour. You're making $32 an hour. That's not great. That's not great because you're spending 3,000 hours a year. You're spending 1,100 more hours a year than the average worker. You're not doing great. You're not doing great. You're not.
Included. And I make six figures, but if my wife were to quit her job and we had a kid and stayed home, I wouldn't be able to afford the kid.
What lifestyle are you living where $200,000 isn't enough?
Life and the house. So we're having to make these decisions, but then we think, well, if my wife keeps working, takes a little time off, we'll plan for that. But then if we're going to have daycare, I'm seeing some of the daycare prices I would have never imagined, let alone thinking of the crib and the monitor and all.
Is this guy for fucking real? You're worried about piddly shit like a crib and a monitor when you're rolling 100,000 flush a year?
This kind of stuff. But I think a lot of millennials are probably having the same conversation me and my wife are having.
What millennials are having this conversation? How old are you, man? Like, what did he say? He was 36? Right? 35? Let me see. So 1996 is the end of the millennials.
It's kind of sad to have to decide if we're on a roll. We're doing great for our savings, investing, and career. We want to bring a kid along, but it's like, we're like, are we going to be able to do it all?
Here, let me help you out. You're full of shit too. That guy's full of shit too. How do I know he's full of shit? Because nobody making $200,000 a year, when you get to that level of lifestyle, a crib doesn't bother you. A baby monitor doesn't bother you. Yeah, maybe if you're buying a Versace stroller, when we have so much bullshit, so many lies with the content creators, so many lies with the influencers. I will never bullshit you. I will tell you, I have no problem rolling down to Disney, dropping 9,000 on a Disney vacation. But I also will have no problem telling you, I can only go to Disney as often as I can because the military and Disney have a ticket where I can go for 6 days with a park hopper for $350 a person. That's like a $900 ticket. I'm paying about a third. I will never bullshit you. How do you, wait, barely getting by, both doing 60 hours a week, but you also want to add the stress and time of a newborn. Yeah, like, how about this? Ready? How about I make your life easier for you? If you're living in the city, why do people live in a city? You live in the city because you want to be in the center of it all. But if you're working 60 hours a week, what the fuck are you doing? If you want to immediately shave your budget, move to a place that you can get on the train. Take the train into the city, create your hour a day that you... And by the way, well, if you take the train into the city, how are you going to get around? Fucking cabs? Trains are for poor people. Fuck that. Trains are for fucking educated people. I get there, somebody else drives, and I read a book. Jay, you have a nice car. Why do you why do you take the bus to school? Because I read my reading. Well, what about the other people on the train? Hey guys, morning. Trains are for poor people? I wish some of these motherfuckers would put on their bullshit. I wish they would put where they're living. I wish that they would put where they're living so that I could be like, what about the other people on the train? What about them? What about the other people on the train? What about them? I don't fucking care about them. My video today, why do I care about them? They don't bother me. Trains can't be for poor people if they're a solution to global warming. Oh, shit, you got me in a box here. Somebody just said, let's establish the fact that the human brain does not fully develop until 30 years of age. All right, folks, I'm going to say this. Everybody needs to fucking stop with the human brain doesn't finish. The fucking human brain never stops developing if we're going to keep using this. If we're going to keep using, we can't do things because the human brain keeps yes, your frontal cortex keeps doing things, but your personality is already fully developed. I'm so tired of us kicking the can. Yeah, the human brain never stops developing. You're always learning more things. Yes, absolutely. Folks, we need to stop kicking this can down the road. The fucking age that you're accountable for your actions is 18. I saw Rachel mention it earlier. I didn't have a way to segue it in. Everybody in their life, I think everybody should have to graduate basic training. Not everybody has to serve in the military. But I think between your junior year and your senior year of high school, every fucking person in this country should have to graduate basic training. And you don't get to go home until you graduate. I am Gunnery Sergeant Jalan, and I will teach you. You will learn by the numbers. What is your major malfunction, numbnuts? Most of these people that are on TikTok with these stupid, outlandish ideas would never survive basic training, but they want to have a fucking opinion on the veterans, the military, how things work. Look, man, anybody who's a veteran knows, hey, grumpy old man, if you're here, did you ever have to fucking paint grass? Not mow grass, paint grass? Did you ever have to sweep the rain? He had to paint grass. I had to paint grass. We're not joking. Paint grass, sweep rain. Why? Because there's nothing else for you to do, and idle hands are the devil's playground. Anybody who hasn't served in the military doesn't have to have an opinion on the military. Now, the exception to that, if your child, grandchild, niece, or nephew dies in the military, then you absolutely have a right to have an opinion about where the fuck your government is sending the military. I want to remind everybody, never in my entire life did I show up for work and deploy anybody anywhere that I wasn't given an order from a higher level to do. I did not decide to invade some of these fucking small areas of Iraq. Jay didn't make that decision. I didn't make that decision. I didn't want to particularly go. I also don't get to make that decision. Don't yell at the military because your son, your daughter, your niece, your nephew, your grandchild died. We didn't get your kid killed. Take your head, turn it and look at that big Capitol building, turn it the other way and look at that big White House. Blame those motherfuckers. If your kid died in a training accident, blame the military. You can't leave until you graduate. That sounds like an expanded prison system with some of this population. Storm, did you know that when you enlist in the military, it is faster to graduate basic training, tech school, and then get separated from your first duty station Because when you get to your first duty station, if you really hate the military, I can get rid of you with known as an ELS. It's called an entry level separation. Provided you haven't been in the military for more than 12 months, I can literally administratively discharge you at my level with one signature. But if you need to get out of basic training, there has to be a reason. I know a motherfucker that was in basic training for 27 weeks when Air Force basic training was 7 weeks. I interviewed him a lot when he got to Shepherd. I interviewed him a lot because I was working on a paper. I interviewed him a lot. Somebody finally grabbed him and said, "Look, numbnuts, just graduate." Well, I don't want to. If you graduate, and then we will reclass you to a 6-week job, graduate that, get to your first duty station. We'll send you to a duty station near your home of record. He ended up getting out. He fucked around in basic training because he hated it. Ended up getting a Pop-Tart job, a 6-week job, medical logistics. Got back home. He was like 10 miles from his home. He got there and they were like, "Oh, you're entry level separated." I know another girl. She got in trouble while in basic training. She got in trouble while in tech school. And she called me 11 months later and she's like, "They're separating me." I was like, "Well, yeah, it's a rollback period and you got an Article 15 while in tech school. Why would they get rid of anybody good if they could get rid of you?" She's like, "I thought you were my friend." You and I being friends has nothing to do with the fact that you have an Article 15. You're an easy kill on the roster.
A lot of millennials are a real.
Let's see. I want to do this one. The median cost of living.
I believe that the minimum wage should be within 15% of the median cost of living for a given area. So, hypothetically, we could write a law into federal government that says that states' minimum wages must not be below 15% of the median cost of living for that entire state. I think that it should be within...
Okay. If it takes you longer to say it than it did for you to think of it, it's probably a bad fucking idea. And, ready? No, Hamas didn't agree to a ceasefire. Please use the correct words. Hamas surrendered. Because when you're losing, you surrender. One second. Yeah, you're going by the headline. It's functionally a surrender. So yeah, imagine what minimum wage would be in New York, not just the city. Right, exactly. First of all, I you know how, like, those of you that have been with me for several years, you know my big shtick is understand the problem. Understand the problem, talk about the problem. In today's video, where I talk about DNA testing at birth, I say this is a really good idea. This would probably work. This is a problem. We probably need to talk about that. Moving on. Why are you ignoring California, Georgia, Illinois, most of Texas, any state that has a major metropolis? The problem is you want the federal government to dictate to the state a study that, I will admit, I'm from Illinois, so not the biggest state, not the most populous state. I would not want to even remotely begin tackling what this guy is asking for because of how complicated and convoluted that would be. So, a gas station in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, Illinois, has to pay $22 an hour because Chicago has a $22 an hour minimum wage. That dog doesn't hunt. That dog don't hunt. The problem is, yeah, businesses in rural areas would go out of business so quickly. The DNA thing, follow my TikTok or my Jalan channel, and you will get the TikTok thing. You'll get the, where the fuck is it? If you're not following this channel, this is where I put out a daily short. Not everybody wants to be on TikTok, so I put it out on YouTube as well. Here's the problem. Your average person doesn't understand capitalism. Period. The average person who wants to have an opinion on capitalism has not read Capital by Marx and has not read The Wealth of Nations by Smith. You are allowed to have an opinion on anything you want. I'm not trying to take away your right to have an opinion. But I then have the right to have the opinion that you shouldn't be talking because you haven't done the prerequisite reading. We are not living in a true capitalist society. We are living in a regulated capitalist society with socialist overtones. Which is the socialist overtones I include because those aren't bad. Those are good. Social Security is anti-capitalistic. Medicaid, Medicare are anti-capitalistic, but we need those things. Is laissez-faire a true capitalist society, or is there a step beyond that? Salty Bread, that is an amazing fucking question, and for you, I would recommend the book Jennifer Government. In fact, I'm going to order that book right now. I want that book in my collection as well. There you go. Don't I have points? Did I use all my points? Shit, I used my the fuck did I just order? Oh, my wife put stuff in the fucking Amazon cart. All my automatic stuff delivered used all my points. So if California sets its minimum wage to be 15% of the median wage, it would... No. You said 15% of the median wage, but what this guy is advocating for is the cost of living. But I see what you're saying. It would fall between 27, 37, and 37 an hour, a significant increase from... Well, hold on a second, though. Because California's minimum wage isn't $16.50 an hour because your fast food people get $20 an hour. This is why people like this are going to be popular, because what they're doing is what a good politician should do. What guys like this are doing is they're saying things that are popular so that you want to follow them. Nobody wants to follow me as a creator because I make it hard. Not that way, you dirty perverts. I make it difficult because what it is I'm saying to you, I want you to be your best self. I don't want you to struggle. I don't want your kids to be hungry. I don't want you to be homeless. I want your kids to have clothing. I want your kids to get educated. But what I want you to do is get off your fat, lazy, Cheeto poof eating ass, wash your fucking hands, wash your crotch, put on clean pants, go down to the fucking school board, and I want you to drag every one of your neighbors between your house and the school board meeting and make them come with you and say, you are failing our kids. I don't want you up at the fucking school because you're outraged that they want to take away the phones when you haven't been outraged for the last 10 years that they have been failing to get your children to read. When you get your fucking kids standardized test, like, if you hit me with it, remember my MA's in education. I am guns loaded on this. When you get your kids standardized test scores back and little Jimmy can't read, don't blame the fucking school. Reading is the shit you can do with your kid each and every single day. You should have been doing it with them since they were age 5. My kids hate me. My kids absolutely hate me because I'll just be walking and I'll take a book and I'll hand this to my kid and I'll say, hey, while we're walking, read this to me. My kids are like, what? I'm like, what does that say? Read it to me. I don't need my kids' help to build something. But I make my kids help me so that I can do gauging on, can they read? I can feed my kids. I love to cook. I'm a fat guy. I love to cook. There are days I look at my kid and I say, I'm not cooking for you. What are you making? My 12-year-old can make eggs, ramen, spaghetti and meatballs. She can make garlic bread, garlic toast. Those are different. She can make a litany of things. Yeah, your dad doesn't need you to hold the fucking flashlight. Your dad needs you to watch and learn. Your dad doesn't need you to hold the flashlight. Your dad needs you to appreciate what the fuck your mechanic goes through.
Than 15% of the median cost of living so that anybody could be reasonably expected to be able to live off of their wages, even at minimum wage. And don't even start with the bullshit, you just want to raise the minimum wage so you can leech off of it and never get a real job. I'm in training for a DevOps engineering position. This doesn't really apply to me.
You're in training for a DevOps engineering position. Thank you for letting me know what your background is. Why the fuck do you have an opinion on the minimum wage and you're not a social scientist? You didn't think this through too good, did you?
But a rising tide lifts all boats.
No, a rising tide does not lift all boats when you have a fucking social safety net that's a socialist system called a minimum wage. It absolutely doesn't lift all fucking boats, you goddamn ignoramus. A social safety net known as a minimum wage does not raise all boats. It puts holes in the hulls of the small boats. It capsizes the small boat because you want to raise the minimum wage. So what you're telling me as a former small business owner, that I have to pay my bartender now $8 more an hour. And now I can no longer stay open because I have to pay the bartender $8 more an hour. And I have to pay the waitresses $8 more an hour because you're raising the minimum wage. It means I have to raise everybody's rents because I have to pay my on-site maintenance guy more. It means I have to raise my rents at my apartment building because every time I need somebody to come in and provide a service, it's going to cost me more. The problem with the idea of saying a rising tide lifts all boats when it comes to wages is not all wage payers started off equal. Walmart, McDonald's can afford to pay the new minimum wage. So now I can't get workers for my business.
Which means that if the people at McDonald's are getting paid the same as you are at your big boy job, then you have the bargaining power now to say, if you don't pay me more, I will quit and just go work at McDonald's for the same rate.
Great. And you're right. And the problem then comes in, why does somebody want to be an EMT for $20 an hour when they can work at McDonald's for $20 an hour? And now we don't have EMTs. Now a person that needs an EMT doesn't want to be an EMT. My son-in-law figured out he could go be a fireman for the same amount of pay as being a lineman, and being a fireman is infinitely less dangerous. If you didn't know this, being a fireman is actually less dangerous than being a lineman. If you didn't know this, being an underwater welder is an amazing lucrative job that most people never do for more than 6 months. Because you're rolling the dice at the roulette table or at the fucking craps table every time you do that job. They pay you a fuck ton of money, and then it's like, do I want to do this again? Yeah, fireman is government and early retirement. I appreciate people, but what I would like people to do is ask more questions, not have more solutions. Because right there, I spent more time responding to that individual's position than they spent thinking about it. I don't want there to be a massive difference in the classes. Are we always going to have classes? Yes. We are an unofficial caste system. I don't want the lowest workers to live in poverty. I think the on-running theme, if you come every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, my opinion about poverty is the same one on Monday as it is on Wednesday, as it is on Friday. I hate poverty. I don't want to wage a war on poor people. I want to wage a war on poverty. I don't want there to be people. I'll show you the infograph. I don't want there to be what we're living in right now. What we're living in is absolutely bullshit. What we're living in is the idea that this much of the population shares that much of the wealth. And all of this of the population only shares this much of the wealth. That's 90% of the population sharing 38% of the wealth. That's fucked up. Break. I'm also educated enough to realize there is money, there is currency, there is wealth. Elon Musk is worth $410 billion. Elon Musk does not have $410 billion. Do I think we need to close the loophole about Elon Musk being able to borrow against his potential wealth so that he has to pay capital gains tax? Sure. As long as you understand the moment he does that, your ability to get a mortgage is impacted. Your ability to get a car loan is impacted. Your ability to get a small business loan is impacted. Because when the bank, the financial institution, loans Elon Musk $44 billion, they take 90% of his interest return. So he borrows $44 billion. He ends up paying $5 billion in interest. When he gives that financial institution $5 billion, $4.5 billion of that is lent back out. The bank's profits are fractionally lended back out to everyday ordinary Americans. A couple of years ago, everybody was, not a couple of years ago, shit, I'm old. 2004, 2005, 2006. Mortgages are racist. Lending institutions are racist. You won't loan us money. You're not letting us buy houses. You're not giving us what we think we're worth. So all the banks, everybody cried. Senators got involved. Congress people got involved. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, everybody said, we'll back the mortgages. Well, what do you think happens when you back a $400,000 mortgage for a family that's only making $120,000? You're $40,000 over they're expected. They're $40,000 over what they should have been lent. What happens? Well, when you're $40,000 over and one of you loses a job, now you're $100,000 over what you should have been lent. So houses got foreclosed on. Oh my God, they took my house. How about instead of worrying about fixing the front end of the game, why don't we sit down and shut up and identify where the real problem is? It's not racist for a bank to say, we're only going to finance you 3 times your annual income. It's racist if the bank will give the white guy 3 times his annual income and he won't give that to the black people, the Mexican people, the Asian people, the immigrant people, the mayonnaise sandwich, fucking their sister. Yeah, you had strippers buying 5 houses at once because on paper, their finances allowed them to finance multiple houses. And then the fucking market collapsed. Well, we bailed out the banks. Yeah. How about we understand that banks need to be bailed out when banks have to follow fucking bullshit regulation? I have two friends, both drive trucks, one over the road for Sam's Club, one drives rocket fuel. Who do you think makes more? I haul death in my... Yeah. With a credit score of 530, an LTV of 80%, and a DTI of 75%, I deserve it. Yeah, exactly. I have a credit score of 530. I have a bunch of non-payments. I have a bunch of evictions. I have a previous foreclosure, but you need to... I have a 75% debt-to-income ratio, but you need to give me a mortgage. How about we fix the back end first? How about we talk about when the bank forecloses on your home, right? How about when you have a $400,000 house and you've already paid $300,000 of it off? So the bank only has $100,000 of collateral, of equity of your house. How about when they foreclose it, we change the rules so they have to sell it at fair market value, and then they get their $100,000 and you get the rest? How about that? How about we make that fucking change? You should never, ever, ever get your house foreclosed on and lose your goddamn equity. Now, if you've treated it like garbage, if there's piles of Chihuahua shit all over it, if the fucking walls are damaged, if it's a $400,000 house that you've let go to pot and it's worth $200,000, they sell it for $200, you pay the closing costs, and there's only like 56 back, all you're getting is 56. But it shouldn't be that you lose everything. How about, right? How about when you get your house foreclosed on by the state because of a back real estate bill? How about instead of the state's first reaction is to come and snatch your asset, why doesn't the state come in as what the state is supposed to be, as friend and neighbor and landlord and banker, and say, hey man, looks like you've fallen on hard times, because in the old days we would have been here evicting you, but it looks like you're about $8,700 back due. Well, you understand, I lost my thumb, I can't work, I can't get my disability. You can't get your disability, you got no fucking thumb, man. Your trade is carpenter, you lost the thumb on your primary hand. You've been applying for state benefits? Yeah, I applied for state benefits 2 years ago. But I haven't gotten any money, man. I can't even feed my fucking kids. How about instead of yanking your kids out of the house, putting them in a foster home and giving the foster home $500 a month per kid, we give you $200 a month to feed your fucking kids? How about the state actually do what the state is supposed to do? But I can't say that to 99% of people because they're going to say, that's not what the state's supposed to do. And I'll say, well, according to Locke, Hobbes, Rousseau, the state of nature, that's exactly what the state is supposed to do. That's exactly why you agreed to come out from the... No, that's not fucking communism. I'll fucking slap a bitch. That's the fucking... And I saw the sarcastic, but that's what they'll say to me. That's communism. No, motherfucker, that's not communism. That's if you actually read the state of nature. That's the agreement. That is why I am not a tribal warlord running around committing crimes, raping and pillaging and stealing and murdering, because in the social contract, I agreed to not do those things in exchange for you to, one, make sure nobody else does those things to me, and two, to provide a state that benefits everybody. I will be right back. What's up, Lord? All right. State is supposed to take care of its people so they can make value of them. No. The first half of that you got right. The state is supposed to take care of its people. When the second half of that is specific, you ventured into socialism, communism. You are not supposed to look at the citizenry as a source of value. You are supposed to be looked at by the citizenry as a source of value. The people should not. Okay. Yeah, I'm dropping videos all over, man. What's up is that I loaded up the guns, man. I gotta fund a project. And as you guys know, I've run this shit for like 9 years, kind of like as a hobby, but every so often I have a project, so projects need money. I need funding. So yeah, I got my happy color coded how I'm gonna do shit list. I'm gonna state a task. We're gonna try to get this done. We got to make money. Gonna try to get partnered in a couple of other locations so that other people can pay our bills. So we're gonna load that up. We're gonna get that taken care of. My website is growing. The articles are working. The flow is working. And I even, if you guys notice, I even now can run the chat program. And I figured out, because I'm not a programmer, but so then I got to take out the book. I would like to get to a point where the network is making enough money that I can offload problems to other people and pay them to do the solution. But instead, the only thing I could come up with is on the node server that I'm running to run this. Because that server runs locally on my PC. Well, what I have to do now is every 25 messages, it's programmed to throw all the trash out. I realized it was funny when it was lagging my whole machine. The file size had grown to over 2 gigs very, very rapidly. Well, it's not that 2 gigs is a lot, but when you have a server that's every time it cycles, it's cycling 2 gigs worth of lines, that's a lot. So yeah, one little line of code fixed that. And again, I'm not a coder, I'm not a programmer. So in the future, it would be nice if I could pay somebody to do that. And I'll pay them more than minimum wage. Protect and serve isn't protect. I'm not 100% sure which direction you're going with that. Help me out. Give me a few more words. I think the two are very interconnected. The state should implement policy. Isn't just. There you go. The state should implement policy that makes society and therefore citizens create value, which in turn makes it possible for the state to be of value by extracting a certain amount of wealth in taxes. So, you're absolutely right. In a perfect ideal society, the citizenry should have no problem contributing taxes, because they should be receiving, in the aggregate, more value than they're paying. The problem is right now, we don't educate the citizenry so they understand what they get for their taxes. Case in point. A portion of your federal taxes goes to keep the ports open. And you might say, well, I don't care about that. Well, you do. Because then instead of having to pay your individual percentage-based tariff, on your package, which would be variable based on the day's operation, your taxes have already made the port operate. When you go to the airport, you can fly for $97 between here and there and everywhere without federal taxes. You would never get a plane ticket for less than about $1,000. Because the airport would have an operating cost of $50 million, And if they had 50 million passengers that year, everybody would pay $1. And they'd say, yeah, but we can't have 50 million passengers. We can have about 4 million. Well, okay. So right off the bat, you're going to take 50 million and you're going to divide it by 4 million. And you're going to say right off the bat, you pay $12.50 to fly. And then you say, yeah, that's great. Hold on a second. Yeah, hold on. Now, all those areas of airspace that don't have an airport, but need an air traffic controller, oh, you have to pay their operating costs too. Oh, well, how much will that be? Let's call it another $200 or $300. Oh, well, that's not bad. Oh, by the way, by volume, the airport you're at and the airport you're going to are two different equations. Well, what do you mean? Oh, well, you arrive at the airport too, right? Yeah. So now you have to pay that dollar amount. Yeah. And you're going to fly back out of that one, right? Yeah. And then you're going to fly back over all that area that doesn't have an airport, right? Yeah. Yeah, your plane ticket's now $1,000. Oh, that's not bad. No, I'm sorry. Your usage tax is $1,000. You still have to pay the airline. Well, what do you mean? What did I pay for? You paid usage for all that infrastructure. Well, before under taxes. Oh, you mean before under taxes where everybody paid a little bit into making sure that the opportunity to fly existed? Well, I won't fly. I'll just take a train. You understand that's subsidized federally too, right? I don't like paying for services that I don't use. Right. This is where the rising tide lifts all boats comes in. If everybody contributes to have a good infrastructure, then everybody can use that good infrastructure at minimal cost. Let's see. Take you out. Nope. Because when you hit the wrong fucking button, son. I'm okay with taxes right now, specifically talking national level and income taxes. 20% is great. The thing that scares me about my future is 45% on everything after. Yeah. So when you pay 20% in income tax, or when you pay 20% in federal income tax, but then there's a value added tax or a sales tax. Yeah, you get taxed on it when you make it, when you save it, when you spend it, when you invest it. You get taxed on it when you die. But I'm not against taxes. When I become president, when I become king, after the revolution and I am appointed emperor, you're still going to be paying taxes. But your tax money won't be wasted. You will get return on your value. Your kids will come out of fucking school able to, be functional adults. Your kids will know how to read. Your kids will know how to write. Your kids will know how to do math. Your kids will know how to change a tire. Your kids will know how to change their oil. Although changing your oil isn't really that important of a thing anymore. It's actually more expensive to change your oil at home as it is to take it in. Yeah, the feds take a piece. The state takes a piece. The county takes a piece. The city takes a piece. Yeah, I'm not against taxes. I'm just against the way they function right now. Abso-fucking-lutely.
I believe that the minimum.
Let's see. What was up next? I'm gonna skip that one. Skip that one. Skip that one. Skip these. Gonna talk about this one.
I just left the grocery store and I saw someone open carrying. I fucking hate it here. What the fuck? Why do you need to bring a gun to the grocery store?
Why the fuck do you care if they have a gun at the grocery store? Why do you have to have a nose ring? Honest to God. Why do you have to have a nose ring? I find it offensive. I think it looks tacky. Why are you worried about it? I could understand. I could get it. Yeah. Why do you exactly? Thank you. I was wondering if somebody would go there. I was honestly wondering if somebody would go there. Ready? What do you mean, why do I need a gun? Do you see yourself? I need a gun to protect myself from crazy. Abso-fucking-lutely. No, a fear of guns is not valid. Salty bread, let me help you out. Ready? I have done this experiment in the past. I have sat my gun on the front porch with me and drank a cup of coffee. My gun has never shot anybody. My gun has never walked off my front porch and fucked anybody up. You're upset that the person's open carrying a gun. You're more in danger of me carrying this. Open carrying a gun. Why do you need to open carry a gun? I don't know. Why didn't you give me 10 more words? Where are you at? What has recently happened? Has there been an increase in crime? Obviously, if the person is open carrying a gun, open carry is legal where you're at. Obviously, if you're at the grocery store and somebody's open carrying, the store allows it. Yes, grumpy old man gets us to the next point, right? The very next point to that is, would you feel safer if you couldn't see the gun? I love when people open carry, because you know what open carry tells all the other criminal assholes? I'm sorry. What open carry tells all the criminal assholes is that if you start some shit, this is going to be the hoedown throwdown, and you're probably going to get planted. She's probably not used to it. I was freaking out as well when I was in the US. Why? You were freaking out when you were in the US. Did you get shot? I think you should be afraid of a gun the way you should be afraid of being put in jail. Don't mess about and you won't find out. Well, right. Because you were not used to it. What country are you from, if I may ask? Because I'd rather have people have guns than have stabbings. Bulgaria. Bulgaria, it's in the Balkans. I'm going to say this to you as politely as an American can. Go fuck yourself. I'm not uneducated. I teach geography. I know where the fuck Bulgaria is. Why do you think because I'm American, I don't know where the fuck Bulgaria is? By the way, hey, do you know where Iowa is? Do you know where Oklahoma? Can you tell me the difference between Wyoming and North Dakota? Come on. Europeans, you don't understand. Americans don't travel. Our country, yeah, there's different states. Yeah, us Americans are typically idiots. Fair point. Old lady with the nose ring. Hold on. Because I'm gonna... Well, old lady with the nose ring, I'll tell you, my dad loved Olive Garden. I used to go pick it up. Did this for years. One day when I went to pick it up, 6 stupid idiots got into a shootout in the parking lot. 2 employees were killed and the police officers were shot. I was glad I had my 45 on me. I was ready, loaded, and safety off. Yeah. Right? Now, it doesn't mean necessarily that you're going to get involved. Yeah, the bat signal goes up even when Gordon knows Batman's not coming. Just to remind the criminals that he's watching. My mom got asked what country in South Africa she was mailing a package to at the post office. Yeah, you see, that's our fucking problem. That's our problem. Look, it's real simple. If you're afraid of guns, that's okay. If you're afraid of guns, it's okay. But why are you bitching about it on YouTube or TikTok? Is it legal? Yes. Did the person pull it out and use it? No. That's like, I don't mean to make light of sexual assault, and I'm not trying to make light of sexual assault. But you're afraid of guns, so you don't think anybody should have them. So if a woman is afraid of being raped, does that mean men can't shop in the store? Look, I get it. You want to have a fear. I'm not against your fears. But what are you afraid of? Why do you think you're a target? And to be honest, crazy white women with nose rings have been starting more and more shit. Why do you have a gun? Because I hate everybody. Never shot anybody. I don't trust anybody. She could have been at Target. But I'm bumped. If you don't like it, move. If you don't like the fact that there are guns at the grocery store, then move to a state that doesn't have open carry.
This historian completely educated Don Lemon on the topic of reparations.
And then you have those who are asking for reparations. Some people want to be paid back, and members of the public are wondering, why are we suffering when you have all of this vast wealth?
Well, I think you're right about reparations in terms of if people want it, though, what they need to do is you always need to go back to the beginning of a supply chain. Where was the beginning of the supply chain? That was in Africa. And when across the entire world, when the slavery was taking place, which was the first nation in the world that abolished slavery? Was the British. 2,000 naval men died on the high seas trying to stop slavery. Why? Because the African kings were rounding up their own people. They had them on cages waiting in the beaches. No one was running into Africa to get them. And I think you're totally right. If reparations need to be paid, we need to go right back to the beginning of that supply chain and say, who was rounding up their own people and having them handcuffed in cages? I don't know. The descendants of those families where they died in the high seas trying to stop the slavery, that those families should receive something too, I think, at the same time.
Shit. I think we now have enough ammunition that we can stop the reparations debate. No, the British... Oh, yeah, she said the British stopped it. Look, we have enough fucking empirical data now to prove if you want to keep living in a system of racism, then keep living in a system of racism. But you're mad that we have a racist society, but you want to keep having racist things. You don't get it both ways. Either you want to end racism or you don't. I want to end racism. Why? Because it's a big fucking distraction. Because all you got to do in this political system that's the Western world. I used to say America, but the Western world is you can distract people with racism. Hey, English people in Britain, what's going on? Why are all your mayors suddenly Muslim? Shit, England's right off the fucking international stage right now. Because that movement going on is people in England are like, why the fuck are all of our mayors Muslim? Country of 66 million people, 4 million Muslims. Why the fuck are all our mayors suddenly Muslim? How the fuck did that happen? Notice that England fell right off the fucking international stage for a minute. We got fucking racism everywhere. A great point. Why is it there's all these Muslim nations, wealthy Muslim nations in the world, but none of them take in Muslim refugees? And then everyone's like, oh, I don't know. Zelensky and Trump are sitting in the same room again. Let's see how it goes this time. Zelensky is there to tell Trump to shove it up his ass. People are looking into the sexual assault gang he blocked investigations for. Yeah, England's right off the fucking world stage at the moment. Here's the problem. We've had a war. We've had 2 wars, 3 wars. Most of you don't even know that there are 3 active wars going on in the world. There's more than 3, but there's 3 big active wars going on right now. Most people, if they're lucky, they can name 2. The majority of people don't know what the 3rd one is because nobody gives a shit. People are like, is it Pakistan and India? Nope, that one's over. Is it the Yemeni civil war? That one? Yeah, that's the one. The war, there's not really a war in the Congo. I'm not saying that Africa doesn't matter, but what I'm saying is that you're never going to solve the African problem because a bunch of white Europeans redrew a map and expected a bunch of people that are migrating tribes. Wars, actual wars. You've got the Gazan war, you've got the Ukraine war, and you've got the Yemeni civil war. Let me look up this. Somebody gave me a factoid. It's now the time to break in the show. Hamas surrenders. Nope. So Hamas agrees to cease fire. Hamas agrees to the latest Gaza ceasefire. Hamas has agreed to the latest proposal from the regional mediators for a Gaza ceasefire and the hostage release deal with Israel. According to a Palestinian official, okay, stop. This is bullshit right here. It should not say, according to a Palestinian official, because there is no fucking Palestine. There should be a Palestine. I want there to be a Palestine, but as much as I want it, saying it doesn't make it true. Right? Saying something does not make it real. Saying something does not make it true. It would see Hamas free around half of the remaining 50 Israeli hostages. 20 are believed to be alive. Oh, I'll tell you right now, this is all bullshit. You see how the BBC is normally better than this. It would free around half of the 50 remaining Israeli hostages, 20 of whom are believed to be alive. So you're going to give me 20 people and 5 bodies? Israeli's cabinet is expected later this week to approve the military's plan to expand its offensive into Gaza and occupy Gaza City. At least 62,000 people have been killed in Gaza since, and according to the terrorist Hamas-run health ministry, this number is actually accurate, but it's only killed. The number is times 2 wounded. There have been 50,000 children killed or wounded in Gaza since the start of this war. Let me just say it to you this way. This is bullshit. It's more and more bullshit. Why the fuck do we continue to write things to be politically correct? You know how you're politically correct? By being politically correct. But when you're politically incorrect and people are writing about you to make you seem politically incorrect, it comes across as really fucking stupid. Hamas is scheduled to release half of the remaining 50 hostages, 20 of whom are believed to still be alive. Well, you're not a hostage when you're a corpse. So Hamas is scheduled to release 20 hostages and return the remains of an additional 30 individuals. If I was Israel, I'll tell you exactly what the fuck I would do. As soon as you return my hostages to me and you start giving me bodies, never mind, fuck it, war's on again. Why? Because you all know me. I believe in Pax Americana. If you make me the emperor of America, I will tell the whole world Pax Americana. If you kill one American who is in your country lawfully, Swift will be the swinging hammer that I drop on your country because you killed that American. Now that I've said that, I will look at my people and say, look, motherfuckers, you don't go to North Korea with Bibles. You don't go to Iran with Bibles. If you can't fly there commercially directly into their country, you don't go there. You don't get lost while hiking on their fucking border. I'd be like Dad, look, you dumb motherfucker, you got lost on the border, you deserved it. You got fucking lost on the border of Iran. Look, man, there is no fucking country that borders Iran that an American should be in anyway. Why are the North Korean people not revolting against Kim Jong? Because you die. And North Korea's here. The reason why people don't rebel is if you've watched the scene in Under Siege. If you rebel, I will not only kill you, I will kill the man next to you. If I have to move 500 prisoners from point A to point B, if I have the firepower to kill them all at one time, I'm trying to move you. If even one of you rushes a guard, we will open fire. after we've put you down, if we haven't killed all of you, we will kill half of you who remain. The problem is, and you can't plot anything because, you can't plot anything in North Korea because they're fucking brainwashed from birth. Yeah, there's a significant portion of North Korea that are truly fanatical. Remember, you have to have a picture of him in your house. Him, his father, and his grandfather. You have to pray to them, worship them. It doesn't work for everybody, but indoctrination is a very powerful tool. I'm not going to do the whole monkey thing again, but remember, I can indoctrinate you into something in less than 8 hours. The only way you can resist most of these indoctrination drills is if you know you're going into the drill, which breaks the idea anyway. You're not supposed to know about the indoctrination drill. Like, for example, one of my favorite things to do as a high school teacher is I used to go into private schools to do a social studies lesson. And one of my favorite things to do is the segregation thing, but they don't know that they're learning about segregation. So when they show up for school that day, they get handed a random colored t-shirt. And there's no rhyme, there's no reason to it. All the t-shirts are just in a black trash bag. And you're pulling them out and you're handing them to the student. And then they go to first period normally. And after first period, all of your people are around the building to enforce rules. So we know as the facilitators of the event, which colors are the highest hierarchy. So you have to wear I'm wearing a black t-shirt. And I walk up, and black is staff. So I walk up to a stairwell and I can go up it. But I'm walking with a kid that has a red t-shirt on, and we're walking normally. And then we get to the stairwell, and I step onto the stairwell and I go up. And then a staff member steps in front of the red t-shirt kid and said, "I'm sorry, red shirts can't use this stairwell." And I just turned around at the stairs and said, "Well, I guess you'll have to find me on the second floor. Just work it out." Well, now that kid isn't aware of what's going on. So now that kid has to get upstairs for class. That kid begins to experience a simulated sense of panic because they go to another stairwell and they can't go up the stairwell. They have to go all the way to the stairwell at the back of the school. Well, then they go up it and then they get to class and they're like, "Oh, but I needed to talk to Mr. J." And the teacher says, "Well, I can't give you a pass for that. Red shirts can't get a pass for anything other than to go to the bathroom." Then a kid with a red shirt later on in the day has to go to the bathroom. There's a bathroom right next to their classroom, and the black shirt staff member says, "I'm sorry, red shirts can't use this bathroom." And by the end of the day, most of the time, not only are the red shirt kids fucking pissed, but the other colored shirts that have higher level of privileges are starting to exhibit bourgeoisie behavior. Haha, you can't use this stairwell. Haha, you're sitting at the scrub table. Now, generally at the end of that, in the last period of the day, you take the red shirt kids and they get a pizza party. Because that's the educational, social, like, hey, thank you for being good sports about it. This is only red shirts can get pizza. It's the way you make it up to the kids. But then they spend the next several days talking about separate but equal segregation, like why it's bullshit. Like, you have twins that walk in to school. It's great when you have twins. It's better if you have like quads or triplets, or families like with an older brother, younger sister, and they all have different color shirts. They can't eat lunch together. You can't eat with your friends because you have the wrong shirt. It takes less than one school day for people to start demonstrating the behaviors. So they've had you your whole life. At least the Palestinians are starting to realize they need to get rid of Hamas, because Hamas could have surrendered at any point. Hamas could have surrendered at any point now. Hamas won't surrender because the leadership of Hamas knows that if they surrender, the Palestinians will turn them over to the Israelis. See, because this is where you get the idea that there's Palestinians and they're Hamas, and not every Palestinian is a member of Hamas. But to the outside world, they're used as synonyms. It's fucking terrible.
This historian completely educated.
Absolutely terrible. Let's see. We did historian. Oh, can we please stop with this bullshit? We need to stop with this bullshit.
If the president is illegally in office, you can illegally be in this country. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
First of all, you're a fucking moron. Sorry, you're a fucking moron. I'm no longer going to be nice. I'm going to call fucking morons morons. The president is not in office illegally. No, I haven't done the Ukraine segment yet. The president is not in office illegally. You don't like that he's in office. You don't like that he's in office. You don't like that he's in office. I don't like that he's in office. And he signed my retirement paperwork. He signed my retirement certificate. I don't remember who signed my Form 1. What the fuck is my Form 1? Who signed it? Nobody. The president doesn't sign my Form 1. I didn't think so. People are mad. No, he is your president. Well, he's not your fucking president because you're not American. This is the other problem that we need to put into people's brains. When you start screaming no taxation without representation, you have representation. The phrase no taxation without representation comes from the earliest parts of America where the colonies literally did not have representation. The colonies didn't have representation. Now, people are chanting that today. No representation, no taxation without representation. You have representation. They're just shitty at their job. Vote them out of office. He's not my president. No, he is your president. Because if he's not your president, and this is where people, if let's just play the fucking game all the way out. He's not my president. So you're in an active state of insurrection? Yes. The penalty's death. Bam. Dead. You just committed murder. No, I didn't. What? Have you read the Constitution? Mutinous insurrection. Punishable by death. That's treason. Punishable by death. What? Oh, fuck. He's your president. He's your president. He's not the president you voted for. He's not the president you want. He's not the leader of your party if you're a Democrat. He's your president. When one day, a couple of times during my military service, a couple of the January 20th, I woke up one morning and up until noon, President Obama was my commander-in-chief, and at 12:01, Donald Trump became my commander-in-chief. I don't get to say not my president. In fact, in the military, that shit will get you a whole bunch of fucking repercussions. Yeah, elections have consequences. If you're going to say not my president, then that means I could say not my president when your guy gets in charge. We have turned our entire fucking system on its head. What is my position on lobbyism? I love this question. Thank you. And its contribution and influence on politics. When I become Emperor of America, lobbyists may not meet with politicians while in Washington, D.C. Lobbyists may meet with the politicians because lobbyists are individuals like every other individual. Lobbyists will have no more and no less access to the representatives back in their home state. Lobbyists will not be allowed to operate out of the Capitol building. Lobbyists will not get preferential treatment, preferential access to the congressman. Lobbyists will not be allowed to even come to the White House because lobbyists have no place in the White House. as the president, it is a vote for yes or a vote for no, that nobody should be influencing me. The president of the United States should not be allowed to. Donald Trump, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, all these dumb motherfuckers need to read the Constitution. They are not supposed to be saying, when I'm president, I will get laws passed. No, the fuck you won't, because that's not your fucking job. When I get appointed emperor, we'll still have the Constitution until I rewrite it, because it sucks. But until that happens, I will not be telling you I will get laws passed. That's not my job. My job is to look at the law and say, should this be approved, or should this be approved? Should this be vetoed? Because does it make sense? Does it make sense for the future of the country? Is it properly written? Is it properly funded? Does it infringe upon anybody's fourth, fifth, sixth, and eighth amendment rights? Specifically, those are your due process. If I rewrite the Constitution, I'm putting the due process amendments first. I'm also going to differentiate between a citizen, a civilian, a veteran, and a person. And yes, I do believe that you should be able to, there should be two classifications. There should be citizens who have served their country, and then there should be civilians who have just been born here. And then there's persons who are visiting. I'm sorry, but I think that people who work for the betterment of their society should have not a different standard of rights, but a different standard of privileges. And what of those campaign contributions from them and those they represent? Well, do we need to have campaign finance reform? Yes. You will never, ever, ever, ever see me running for president, because I will never, ever, 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 ever be able to raise the $500 million needed. Now, if you can get old boy Elon to back me, then I'll run for president on my campaign party that I have written. Because unlike a lot of streamers that say, this is what I stand for, and then they never tell you, and they have no accountability, that is what I stand for. Those are my positions. I am the leader of the Enough is Enough party. I am the leader of the middle. If you're looking at the middle, there should be nothing in the middle that you find offensive. There should be nothing there as our first cut of fixing the problems. Nothing on there should be offensive to you. Nothing on there should be offensive, because it's all middle of the road stuff. Even my position on abortion. We can have a civilized discussion. You should not, if you're against abortion, that is your right. But are you against it politically, or are you against it morally? And before you answer, as a Catholic, as a person, I am against abortion morally. But as a father to daughters who should have the right to choose, politically, I support choice. Morally, I wish there were other alternatives. I wish that instead of assholes protesting outside of a Planned Parenthood facility, they opened an office 2 blocks down to have people give them other options and other alternatives. Look, you're against the idea that a woman can get an abortion. Right. I'm pro-life. Great. How many hours a week did you volunteer at the library last week? None. How many foster kids do you have? None. How many hours did you do at Big Brothers Big Sisters next quarter or last quarter? None. How much in donations did you make to orphanages? None. So you're really not pro-life. You're anti-abortion. Don't talk to me that you're pro-life if there are living, breathing children that need support, so go support them. Difference of opinion is what founded this country and made it great. Yes, exactly. If you're not familiar with them, go read the Federalist Papers. They're actually free. They're online. You don't need to buy them. The Federalist Papers are online. Go and read how all of the framers of the Constitution, Hamilton, Franklin, Madison, they all had different opinions. They admitted later on they should have written some things differently, but they were founding a country. Remember, America is templated both off of a lot of Greek ideas and then a lot of things that said, well, we need to put X into play because fascist despots, monarchs, they took away our rights. Over 100, I think it's 150. Hold on, I don't want to be wrong. Probably would have helped if they were not drunk while writing it. Yes. 160 out of 170 constitutions were modeled after the United States Constitution. And the US Constitution is inherently flawed because it was designed to be flawed, because it was designed to be a framework. The Constitution was never designed to be an all-encompassing document. It was never designed to be the pirate code. Benjamin Franklin did spend a lot of his time in France at the brothels, right? And Benjamin Franklin didn't write the Constitution. So that's okay. Everybody else was getting drunk. James Madison was up in his room writing it. We're going to take a side tour because somebody has asked. And Alexander Hamilton wrote most of the Federalist Papers. He wrote 51 out of 85. I couldn't remember if it was 51 or 41. Let's see. We're going to jump topics here. Can I ask a off-topic question about AI? The current trend towards surveillance states universal databases and my concerns about it for context. I am an AI PhD student researcher, but have serious concerns given the current trends and use cases. While violence and fanaticism can be used to control the populace, oppression through paranoia have historically been one of the strongest and longest lasting forms of oppression in history, and the oppressed becomes their own oppressor. Yes, absolutely. You are very well versed in political history. Very well done. It's not being stopped from doing something, it's stopping yourself from doing it out of fear. I feel like similar to China and North Korea, the acceptance of Palantir is going to lead to this form of fear. Okay. Now I am familiar with Palantir. Somebody brought it to me. I researched it. Here's the question. My guns are loaded. I'm excited. You've left me in suspense. Ready. For those of you that aren't familiar with Palantir, and I think you spelled that wrong, maybe. If you're not familiar with Palantir, yeah, Planeteer, no E, ends in TIR. They're developing AI that the military is relying, but somebody has convinced the populace that the AI is making the decisions. The AI does not make the decisions. The AI is giving people like me, officers, a different perspective. Yeah, they write all that in dip. Worst blue ball ever. I know, right? So AI is being leveraged by the military, but they're not. It doesn't make the decisions. A human operator has to release all weapons. We currently have no mechanism where AI has fire control. The moment we give AI fire control, and I like this guy. Oh, the question is, there we go. Here we go. The question is, do you believe a universal database that could be navigated by said AI, its speed's quality would be a positive or negative in America. It would be an absolute fucking negative, and let me tell you why. And as an AI PhD person, I will pose this question back to you that frames it. An AI, if an AI was activated, right, and you can ask an AI this question. If you asked an AI how to solve the problem of 8 billion people on the planet, it will passively give you all of these ideas, increase infrastructure, increase agriculture, water, power, do all these things to increase. But when you keep challenging the AI back and saying, yes, but that will take 5 years, that will take 7 years, that will take 10 years, that will take 20 years. If you run the AI out of excuses, the AI will eventually get to the answer of, well, then we need to reduce the population. And then most of the language models will stop there and say, when you ask it the question, are you advocating for killing 2 billion people? The AI will say, this is where I need to stop you. Because that's an artificial control they've all thrown in there. But when you ask the AI to operate, it will give you a bunch of really good ideas that models current behavior. And then it will eventually say, I concur, we have to eliminate 1 out of every 4 people on the planet because our current means of production only allow us to sustain 6 billion people. We've exceeded our population faster than our infrastructure. Yeah, it turns into Spock. It's a logical argument. Now, with what you asked, let me put that back up because that was the crux of the question. To what extent would it be a positive or negative in America? We used to think that people in America were dumb because of the lack of access to information. And then these were created that allow you to access the internet, and people are still dumb. So it was never the lack of access to information that was the problem. My generation did not grow up with the internet. My generation is the first generation that the internet was available while we were in college, and it was only like the back 20%. And yet millennials have a phone in their hand and won't use it to research anything, but they'll have 6 subscriptions to OnlyFans. And millennials and neo-millennials. I think that an AI that could navigate the entire database at speeds would be a positive tool for certain people that understand Yeah, you said quick correction. You don't have to question it several times. I said that takes too long, and it immediately went word to word. Quick ways to reduce the population. Salty bread, did it immediately go to eliminate, because I don't know which language model you're using. Did it say to eliminate 2 billion people? Because you didn't spend enough time teaching it. I just want to know, how many people did your experiment get rid of? In your day, you went to the library and read. There was no internet. Today you have a supercomputer in your hand with access to the largest database ever in human history. You're right. And people still don't use it. Why is it 12 to 20% of the internet is for porn? The problem is that people are so damn lazy that the information literally needs to be spoon-fed to them, or else they won't do as much work going to Google to search. The problem, Jail, is not only does the information have to be spoon-fed to them, the information needs to be spoon-fed to them, and it has to fit the narrative. Otherwise, anything that doesn't fit their narrative is discarding. There you go. Selective breeding or culling reduced to 1 to 2 billion by responsible breeding, deportation of migrants, or halting aid to high-growth areas. Now, it's not allowed to say it. It's not allowed to say kill, but we know exactly what it means. Want to talk about something stupid? 15 minutes ago, I drove by a line of people in the middle in the right lane. I was going the speed limit, but flew by at least 5 miles faster than them. Turns out one cop car has 2 lanes going slower just because a few people are too scared to lawfully pass. Yeah. But you know why? Darb, it has nothing to do with people not lawfully passing. It has to do with people are following the rule of don't commit 2 crimes at the same time. So some of those people that are driving 5 under the speed limit have shit in their car they shouldn't have. So they're not speeding because they're already breaking one law. I got a loaded gun and a kilo of coke in the trunk, so I'm not going to speed. Be right back. All right. So, I'm going to take a quick break from what I was doing, and I want to let you guys know a little project that I'm starting. It's going to be a slow roll project. As you guys know, I own PGN. I own all of it. I don't have any shareholders. I don't have any investors, and I'm not offering any shareholders or investors because I don't do that shit. More and more as I work on stuff, I'm finding more and more broken families. I'm finding more and more broken homes. And I saw Mr. Beast the other day raised $12 million for water, which I think is great, which I think is absolutely amazing. And I am not trying to take a single thing away from Jimmy. I also noticed that Mr. Beast got a ton of hate for doing a charity event. And so here is where I need all of your help. The 36 of you here, you are the Derek Sivers. You are the start of a movement. I need your help. I've never asked for people's help. I've never asked for people to help me grow because I haven't been really load my guns up crazy to help me promote. I would like everybody's help in promoting all of my brands, be it PGN Music, be it the political show, the video game show, the TikTok channel that I do, anything. Because I would like to have money so that I can reach out to single moms in poverty, single dads in poverty, parents in poverty that can't feed their kids. I'm not talking about the level of Angel Tree and buy their kids grocery or buy their kids Christmas presents. I'm not talking about that. Those are great causes. But I'm talking about I would like to get to a point where I have some money so that when I run into women who can't feed their kids on a Sunday, that I can buy their story so that I can give them a helping hand. They don't get it for free. But what I say to them is, if you have a computer, because most of the time you have to have a computer to get in touch with me, or you have access to your local library, you have access to a computer. If you type me up your story, then I will get you money for groceries. That is why, if you noticed, the last 3 or 4 days I've been completely like shit. Things are going. I don't want to ask you for money because I want to fund this with other people's money. So I want your Prime sub, but I don't want your sub. If you want to give me a sub, that's great. But I want your Prime sub. You ever hear that joke, like bands are like, the bar owner will say to the band, yeah, you can perform here on Thursday, but I can only pay you an exposure. And the band says, well, I can't pay for my life with exposure. Right now, all I'm asking is that if there is anything that I do on my platform that really resonates with you, be it PGN music, be it the political articles I write, be it the content creator articles that I write, be it whatever I write, if I'm doing something that resonates with you, share it. Share it in a couple of places. If you've got feedback for me, give me that feedback. If you can help me grow, help me grow. If you give me, like somebody said, well, why aren't you selling your music on this particular website? I said, you know what? That's a great idea. Let me go do that. I don't want your money, but I need your help, because I would really like to be able to start publishing like these dad stories and these women's stories. Like, I'd like to be able to say to them, you gave me an article, here's here's, you know, and I got to be careful. It's probably be like a gift card to like Walmart. Because I don't want them to get cash, because the goal isn't to fund other things. The goal is to buy food. I'm not saying that kids don't need coats, they don't need shoes, they don't need all these other things, but there's a lot of other organizations. Discord have all the links. It will in the next couple of days. I'm totally revamping my Discord as well. The other big thing here is I deleted my guild Discord over the weekend. 2 reasons. Number one, this helping single parents thing out is going to be like my driving thing. It's going to be my why. It's going to be the thing that gets me up in the morning. And number 2, I've officially reached the age that Ashes of Creation will not launch in a period of time where I am interested in being the guild leader. So now if any new games come out and you're a guild leader or you're in a guild, your guild, I will go hang out. I will play. I will be one of the hardest working people during my game play windows, but I'm not interested in being a guild leader anymore. It's just, I have real world shit. It's time to put, like, what did Maester Aemon say to Jon? Let the boy die so the man can be born. Well, it's time to put the MMO boy away and spend my time fixing stuff. With that said,
if the president...
What's our next topic? Our next topic is shitting on small creators. I don't know what it is about being a content creator.
Yesterday, I got follow shamed by a realtor named Dick. It's my 3rd day on TikTok. I posted a video basically telling young people they should be careful when taking financial advice from realtors like Dick. And Dick, I don't have 7 followers, I have 8. Hey Dick, praying for growth for your channel. Praying for big things to come.
You are trying to sell yourself as an authority. Like, people should listen to you instead of people that actually know. If you knew what you were talking about, you would have more than 7 followers. Well, interestingly enough, this is the problem we have with a world where your follower count matters. Now, when it comes to the United States Air Force Office of Petroleum Technical Assistance, nobody else in the fucking world should have an opinion on that except me, because I'm the only guy that's held that position in the last 15 years. But if somebody were to say, well, you're not an authority on that because you only have 300 YouTube subscribers, the fuck does how many YouTube subscribers have to do with the fact that I'm the only person that's held this job in the last 15 years? We have a really big problem. Yeah, interesting enough, it tends to be the opposite in a lot of cases. The false and sensational creators tend to be the ones that grow big. Right, Salty Bread, and the reason why they're the ones that grow big is because they're going to say, oh, well, this get rich fast trick, and then that catches on like wildfire. They're going to do do these, like the Chase fucking ATM error a couple of years ago. The creator that put that out and then ended up going to jail. Oh yeah, did you guys know that if you deposit your check and then you can immediately withdraw and they don't take it out of your account? They don't take it out of your fucking account because of the way ATMs reconcile. you dumb truck. So all these people were pulling money out of their Chase account, and then they found out, number one, you can defraud a lot of people. It's a federal crime to defraud a bank. Like people, well, if I steal from the bank, it's like stealing. No, the only place worse to steal from than the bank is the fucking post office. Have I seen The Enemy to Be Hero? No, I have not. You have 37 folks in Twitch right now. Why? It can't be because you're intelligent and approach things from logic. Stop it. You're fucking up the narrative. Right, I'm fucking up the narrative. But do you know what I don't have? And this is the problem. I don't have 3,500. Snake oil salesman around since the inception of money. It's just now people are dumb enough to fall for a bait video. Yes. People, when you have a phrase, a fool and their money are soon parted, and that's not enough warning for people, right? When that isn't enough warning, I am the number 2 channel on Twitch right now for politics. And do you want to see what is wrong with America? I will show you what is wrong with America. What is wrong with America is that... Oh, no, I'm not the number 2 show. What the fuck happened there? Why did that one do it that way? Never mind. I'll shut up. On that screen, I was number 2. What the fuck did I do? Go back over here. Oh, wait. Did I do it the other way? No, I didn't do it the other way. I don't know what happened. What I saw over... Oh, because I have language. On this screen, I have language filtered. That's my bad. I need to take that filter off. Yeah, I'm number 2 if I sort by language. Yeah. I'm number 2 if I sort by language. Here's the problem. How am I supposed to compete with the number 1 person? How am I supposed to compete with that? How am I supposed to compete with fucking someone in lingerie and barefoot talking about politics? That's our fucking problem. Like, just go jump your ass in the fucking titty gangbang channel. Could you please? Could you fuck off and go? Can you go to the fucking tits channel? Like, why'd I have to show you that? Shit. There goes Chillin' Jazz. Chillin' Jazz is about to go lose half of his fucking paycheck. There goes the bank account. Shit. Show to thigh. There goes a big donation. Half the channel leaves. Just put on a corset and I should be fine. Yeah. But that's the problem. That's what we live in. You've got somebody that only has 7 followers because they've only made their channel 3 weeks ago or 3 days ago. Right? The number of people, like, for example, Asmongold and Hassan's feud is hilarious to me. But I can't believe this happened the other day, and I saw it on an Asmongold clip. I think I saved it, but Asmongold's clips can't be downloaded. I mean, they can, but you can't download them from the app. Neither can Pirate Softwares. You have to download them a different way. Asmongold then alt-tabbed and went to ChatGPT. There's nothing wrong with using ChatGPT as a tool because you should be leveraging every tool available to you, but ChatGPT is historically wrong. I use ChatGPT in a back and forth. I use ChatGPT back and forth to challenge me like, I run logical ideas through ChatGPT. So and I literally tell it, I want you to beat the dog. It's a website. It's an app. I think it's an app too, but I run it through the website because if I'm not at my computer, I carry a hard copy book. I only take notes when I'm not at my computer. I don't really write or think about politics when I'm not sitting here because I'm in here about 16 hours a day. I tell ChatGPT to beat me in the argument. I literally say to it, I want you to beat me in this argument. Yeah, you have to be educated in a subject to begin with to argue with ChatGPT, since it will pull stuff out of its ass. But you can teach it to not pull stuff out of its ass, but you have to be smarter than what you're working with. You have to know how to teach it to not pull shit out of its ass. But that doesn't mean Asmongold suddenly loses all credibility. But that also doesn't mean that because he has 40,000 viewers, that doesn't mean he has credibility. It means on each and every point he makes, he may be credible or he may be not. But Asmongold's also not out there trying to teach facts. I know a lot of people don't like him, and that's fine. You don't have to like him. I know a lot of people you can't stand that guy, and that's fine. You don't have to stand him. But I'll defend him because people are like, he's wrong in a lot of things he says. Well, show me. And they show me, and I'm like, how can he be wrong? That's all his opinion. Well, I don't like it. Okay, well, I'm not asking you to like his opinion. I'm asking you to learn to differentiate between, this is his opinion on the matter. This is, this is a fact. For example, he made a disparaging comment about Palestinian people, which he can make. It got him a ban, but he can make it. But he's not out there giving you the history. Meanwhile, people don't want to sit here with me in the history because they say I'm offensive because I don't recognize Palestine as a country. To which I say, number one, I want it to be. Number two, it's not, nor has it ever been. And I had a passport that said Palestine on it, and my grandfather had a passport that said Palestine on it. Yeah. And what was on the inside of it? Oh, the Ottoman Empire? Got ya. The Ottoman Empire was the political body that issued the passport. No other country would have accepted it if it said Palestine. But the inside of the passport said the Ottoman Empire. Guess what happened to all those passports after the Ottoman Empire ceded the area to the British? Were those passports still valid? No, because that territory was now controlled by Britain. But people will be like, you're a racist and you're a hater. Why? Because I want them to have a country? Because you're not admitting they had a country. Because they didn't. The fucking facts you don't change the facts to fit your narrative. You develop your narrative based on the facts of the matter. For example, Warhammer fans, if there are any of you, you're going to say in the game, the most powerful are this, or the most powerful are that, and the most powerful are the other. But in the canon, the Necrons historically beat everybody because they keep getting up. Well, then if they're that powerful, why didn't they make them that way in the game? Because it would have been broken. It's kind of like when you play a MOBA. Who's the most powerful hero? This one. Who's the most banned? The same one. I don't care for Armorith, Pirate, or many of them. They have a platform of comfort and influence and profit. And what do they do with it? Yeah, that's part of the problem. Our modern day bourgeoisie are the people that aren't doing anything with the influence and authority they get. He's a human and you watch for the lulls. Because you're a human, I watch for reasoning and learning. See, that's fair. And this is where people have to this is where people have to understand. People watch Zach because he's a human. They watch for the laughs. People watch me because I'm a human and they watch for reason and learning. But I'll never be popular. I'm too old to trend because education. My show reminds you of being in a lecture hall. My show reminds you of being back in high school, and you have fucking cringe memories of that. I challenge you. It's like I always make the joke. How many streamers have a fucking book list, right? How many streamers challenge you to read a book? Just so you know, my reading this week. I'm not a comedian. No, Well, I mean, yes, I am. I have done stand-up. I like improv. I do want to get back to going to open mic night, but that will never come over here because that's not what I use this for. But how many streamers tell you what you should be reading? How many streamers have a professional development book list? Now, my reading this week is Studs Terkel, Hard Times, 1984, and I just reordered Jennifer Government because it's great. My show makes you sad because you realize how much has been lost. Yeah, if you are a member of Generation X, you were expecting to be the fucking Jetsons by now, rolling around in flying cars. Instead, what did we pay for eggs in the 80s and the 90s? $1.99? A gallon of milk was $1.99. A loaf of bread was 99. Oh shit, you think people are mad about now? You should have seen it when bread was more than $1. Fucking like I said, a pound of ground beef is $20. Let me see if I can get a real quick national average. Pound of ground beef right now, $6.50 a pound. But in some places, that's the net. Remember, and again, you can never use the national average because the national average in a country like America is really stupid because we're the largest economy on the planet. You also cannot take a local price unless you restrict it to a local price, and all of your argument is a local price. So what I mean by that is you'll notice some of the articles that I write, it'll say I take an individual from this small town in Southern Illinois, but then all of my other factors are that small town. Yeah, you remember gas lines. People take for granted the ability to pull right into a gas station, get gas, and go. Getting gas used to be sometimes a 2-hour affair. A lot of people's because remember, gas stations weren't 24 hours a day. Nothing was 24 hours a day. The McDonald's was open 1 hour after, maybe an hour and a half after all the other businesses closed. But except restaurants. This is the interesting thing. Restaurants used to be open till 1 or 2 in the morning. People are like, oh, well, it was so great. It's so great. It's so great. I was like, it's so great because you're cherry picking what you're looking at. Yeah, they rationed. We didn't have a supply chain that you could just go fill up your tank. Sometimes you could fill up your tank. Sometimes you couldn't. Sometimes you pull in and they'd say it's a 5-gallon maximum. Because that was the world. You'd have friends, if you were lucky, one of your friends had cable. Now everybody has cable and 6 streaming services. I don't know where all my money goes. Let me see your bills. I don't know where all my money goes. You have Paramount, you have Hulu, you have Disney Plus, you have Netflix, you have Amazon Prime, you have you have AMC because you were watching The Walking Dead. Why? I want to be able to watch stuff. Dude, you're paying $250 a month. Don't tell me you're poor. Somebody will say they're poor. They got 5 TVs in their house. All you got is Amazon Prime. Guess what? Amazon Prime is great. Free 2-day shipping. Fuck Bezos. Everybody's mad. Amazon doesn't treat its workers well. Amazon doesn't treat its workers well. Amazon doesn't treat its workers well. The guy that owns the distribution network out here, he gets paid really well by Amazon. Don't forget gaming subscriptions. Yeah. Let's see. When you were a kid, you didn't have cable. You never got used to it. Yeah, that's solid. Everything is relative. They are poor compared to the guy living in a small place a few blocks away. And again, there it is, a common thing. Living with your means and logic. Yeah, you got it. Like, it gets infuriating when people are mad. Like, well, I don't know if I have... Hold on, let me see if I have it. Because I don't want to shit on this lady. She's a nice lady. TikTok uploads. She's a nice lady. Do I have it? Okay.
Yesterday I got...
Let me see if I have... I don't know if I pulled it down for the show. I think I pulled it down to make a piece for. Ladies talking about, my husband and I are getting ready to retire. We feel like we've done everything right. And we're living paycheck to paycheck. Yeah. We'll talk about this one, but that's... honestly, if you've done everything right, and you're living paycheck to paycheck, then you've done something wrong. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, then where's it all going? Because... And again, this is this week's political article. I'm all proud of this. I'm gonna keep showing it. I put myself on a schedule. This week's article is the Know Your Number article that I talk about. If you're spending 100% of your paycheck check to check, then you're overspending on needs and you're living outside your means. Let's see. That's pallets of product being binged multiple times over an hour. You better know where that toaster oven is now going to ship. Well, here's the thing, man. The workers are being phased out at Amazon because, and again, it's called TOT. It's called time off task. Too many workers at Amazon go off task too often. And the robot can do it better. But you know what the robot can't do? Is fix itself. So now that uneducated but skilled, proficient labor that was done in 5 days of training, because we can't call it unskilled, is being phased out by a robot. And now you're going to need to be smarter in order, because remember at Amazon, when one robot has to stop, they all stop. Because you can't have one robot in the way or the other robots will hit it. Well, now we need people that know how to fix the robots. But that's educated people. So people are mad about robots taking their job. But the more robots we have, the more robot technicians we need. And the more of those we need, the better paying jobs we have. But the audience usually hits it. And again, the only people that leave my channel during this particular type of segment are the ones that have low-skilled jobs and are mad about it and blame me for it. Look, if you dig a ditch, you have a job I don't want to do. You do a job I don't want to do. So if you and I walk into the employment office and the only job they have for that day is a ditch digger, I'm gonna look at you and I'm gonna say, "Oh, you, man," because I don't want that job. But after 2 or 3 days of me coming into work and not getting a paycheck and a family to feed, I'm gonna be like, "Look, man, you better fucking bring your A game today." Why? Because I don't know how to dig a ditch, but I'm gonna fucking learn. Because I got to feed my family. I've taken jobs I hate to feed my family. You think I liked walking around a mall with a fucking Canadian Mountie hat on? I hated that shit. Thought it was the dumbest shit ever. I said that to the company president every time he visited. I said, these hats are fucking stupid. I said, this is the dumbest shit ever. Well, we think it maintains a strict professionalism. Yeah, because your fucking company comes from Canada. And in Canada, people respect the hat because of the Mounties that'll beat the fuck out of you. We don't have Mounties in America. People think the hat is stupid. I needed to feed my family. I needed to put food on the table. I needed to pay the mortgage. I needed to keep the lights on. People don't get it. Let's talk about this one.
United States federal judge took away a man's citizenship and then convicted him for lying on his naturalization application. So there's a question on the citizenship application that asks, have you ever forced anyone to have sexual contact with you? Whether or not you've actually been convicted of that crime. And he answered no on that application. And that was back in 2019 when he got his U.S. citizenship. Turns out in 2022, he got convicted for statutory rape for incidences that happened before he got his naturalization approved. Since he lied on his naturalization application stating no, the federal judge convicted him of lying to obtain his U.S. citizenship and then took away his naturalization.
Okay, so you got asked a question and you said no, which was a lie. Because then you later got convicted of an event that occurred before you got your citizenship, but after before you got your citizenship, but you know you had done it, so you filled out the application after and you lied. So where's the fucking outrage part? If you lie on your citizenship application and they find out that you lie, they have a hearing. They have a hearing. You get you get found that you lied. They take away your citizenship and they deport your ass. Where's the outrage? Where's the rule bending now? If it was 2019 and he'd never done anything, and then he did something after he got his citizenship, then he shouldn't lose his citizenship. He should get treated like every other citizen. Yeah, amateur tech, if I can't lie to the feds, neither can you. When I have the wonderful position of, having to deal with somebody who's investigating something that happened 15 years ago or 9 years ago, and it's just coming to light now, and they show up and they're like, yeah, Captain, we need to fuck, man. When the investigators come to my door and they call me by my rank, then I know it's not a good fucking day for me, because I know what they're going to pull out of their fucking bag, and it's going to be like, here's your letter of non-prosecution. Okay, great. I no longer have Fifth Amendment rights because I have a letter that says they cannot prosecute me. We're looking into this. You do understand that was like, I've been out of the service for 9 years and I've done a lot of drugs. You understand that, right? And they're like, yes, but we still need to ask. Okay, you can ask. I'm just letting you know. I have done a lot of fucking benzos and weed since 9 years ago to keep my brain intact. And so they'll ask me questions. I'm like, dude, I have no idea. What was the name of the person that you dealt with on this inspection? I fucking don't know. Do you have the inspection report? Yeah. Is there a name in there? Well, there is, but we're trying to see if you can recall. Motherfucker, I swore when I signed that report, it's a sworn statement. If the fucker's name is in that report, then that's the name. I don't know. Was he convicted where it occurred, or was he convicted according to the laws that were instituted elsewhere? No. It doesn't matter if he's convicted. The question doesn't ask, have you been convicted of this? The question asks, have you done it? Was he convicted of it after the fact of him getting his citizenship? Yes. Did he lie at the time? Yes. The question doesn't ask, have you been convicted of this? The question asks, have you done this? You guys haven't ever applied for citizenship or helped somebody do it.
States federal judge took away a man's citizenship and then convicted him for lying on his naturalization application. So there's a question on the citizenship application that asks, have you ever forced anyone to have sexual contact with you?
It doesn't say have you ever been convicted of sexual assault. It says have you ever. It's basically our way to not be stuck with fucking sex traffickers. There's no ex post facto here. They're not asking you were you convicted of a crime? Did you commit a crime? Did you do a crime? They're saying, have you ever done the act? No. Well, you must have done the act. You were found fucking guilty of it. Like I said, if he got his citizenship in 2021 and he did the act in 2022, then he shouldn't lose his citizenship because he's a citizen. He didn't lie in the application. He's not losing his citizenship because of what he did with the sexual assault. He's losing his citizenship because he lied on the application. And that's what people need to get to terms with. And this is another one of those people don't get it. But it asks whether or not he forced it against the other person's will. If it's statutory, not forced, such as, that's a raw deal. If it was, dude, I'm gonna help you out. You might want to look where your heels are, because your heels are still below the line, behind the line of like, what the fuck did you just say? But your toes are way over the line of what the fuck did you just... You might want to take a pause and maybe reread what you've typed and realize how that comes across. Because I'm thinking, I'm thinking that I might have to warm up a bat for you. And I know I shouldn't have to warm up a bat for you, but sometimes when you want to argue the devil's advocate position, even the devil's looking at you saying, we're gonna let that one go. There's no devil's advocate on this position. You might want to be careful of where those toes are. Because I don't think there is any bullshit, right? There is no bullshit when it comes, there is no reasonable, like, no. And I'll argue anything on the devil's advocate position. If the question says, have you ever forced? I am not defending anything other than the word no. There is no position other than no. Yes, but you see, bat. Yeah, but you know, we were bat. I was 16 and she was 16. The question is force, motherfucker. Did you force her? Bam, bat. Let's see if I can find this video. This one's fucking hilarious too. I want the uncensored version of this video. I don't know if you guys have seen this. Oh no. There's a video where I forgot who it is, but the daughter is on stage giving a talk about her dad. And she's like, and my dad, and somebody yells, I love you, or will you marry me? And she's like, well, that's kind of inappropriate. She finishes her speech. Her dad interrupts the program, gets on the stage, and he's like, let me just say, you do not love my daughter. That is some bullshit. I will kill you. And I will go to prison knowing I did the right thing. Do not wait for her. She is 15. I'm like, that's dad of the fucking year right there. Dad of the year. Doesn't matter that he's a professional. Doesn't matter that he shouldn't cuss. Doesn't matter that he shouldn't threaten to kill people, because you shouldn't do those things if you're trying to build a brand. And he interrupts the programming to say, you do not love my daughter. That is some bullshit. I will kill you. And you know, man, you know that the guy that said it is in the audience like, yeah, kill it. I'm like, fuck.
United States.
What else we got? Oh, I'm gonna do this one, and then this will close. This will be how we close.
I showed up again at a Home Depot. They chased a man. The guy was so worried and so scared that he ran onto the 210 freeway and died. Gavin Newsom, you can arrest them. They're violating the state law. These are criminals. That is manslaughter. Show them what we're about.
Tell me you know nothing about the fucking Constitution. Tell me you know nothing about the fucking Constitution by saying that the governor of California can arrest federal agents. I am fucking shocked at how dumb people are. Okay? First of all, ICE agents, like all law enforcement, start with qualified immunity. In order for you to criminally prosecute an officer, they have to commit a crime. And in order to prove that they committed a crime, you have to be able to say that they did things that were unnecessary, against policy, against the law. So, did the ICE agents force him onto the freeway? No. No, law enforcement can't arrest federal agents if they can put together a case that says the federal agents acted outside its authority. No, they cannot. No, they cannot. No, the fuck they cannot. There is a branch of our government that specifically does that. And that is the FBI. It is the FBI that does that. The states cannot do that. The states simply can't because there is the supremacy clause. Remember, the top of your food chain as a federal agent is the president. Then who arrests the FBI? FBI internal investigations, a specific branch of the FBI that does not report to the main side of the house. They report to main justice. So the FBI's internal affairs department doesn't report to the director of the FBI. They report to main justice. Here's the thing. A state can investigate a specific crime, not how they executed their duties. For example, I show up at your house as an FBI agent, and I've chosen to not notify local law enforcement that I'm serving a warrant. I am not required, if it is my TAC team, if I'm the SAC, if I'm the special agent in charge, I am not required to coordinate with local law enforcement. I'm not required to. I do for a couple of reasons. I do because, number one, I want your guys doing shit cleanup detail. I do because I might be using your lab. I do because I might be using your jail. I do because I might be using your lockup. I do for a lot of reasons. I do because I want to maintain professional courtesy. I do because I want you calling me when you grab people that are on my person of interest list. I do to be a consummate professional. I don't have to. The problem becomes you're going to start saying, well, I didn't do this and I didn't do that and I didn't do this, and none of those things are in your purview. You didn't knock twice. Who fucking cares? I didn't ask your opinion. That's not for you to investigate, because my policy is I don't have to knock twice. Your policy is. I don't need, if I'm the FBI, I don't have to conduct myself according to LA County's sheriff's procedures and policies. I don't have LA City Police Department, fucking the state police. I don't have to fucking adhere to any of your policies, but I do for professionalism. I have qualified immunity, right? The supremacy clause says the federal agents operate up here, the state agents operate down here. Now, if I go into the house and murder the guy, put 2 rounds in his head while he's in handcuffs, they could in fact look into that, because they're not looking into me as a federal agent, they're looking into me as a murderer. But they're not going to do that either. They're not going to do that because they're going to be like, what the fuck happened with that? At the same time, they're not going to look into that for I didn't knock twice. No, what you said, I'm going to help you out. What you said is they can put together a case that says a federal agent acted outside the scope of their authority. I think the words on your keyboard that you meant to type were if they commit a crime. Because you said the scope of their authority. I'm not subject to getting a speeding ticket when I'm in a federally marked vehicle. And if I'm speeding, technically that would be outside of the scope of my authority. Because I'm not supposed to speed. But I'm also not subject to getting pulled over. When I'm running a convoy from Scott Air Force Base to Fort Lost in the Woods, I don't give a shit that the fucking state trooper's been behind me for 20 miles. We're going to hit the gate of the base. I'm the last vehicle. I'm going to say, I don't know what the fuck his problem is, but make him go the fuck away, and I'll explain later. And I'm going to drive on the base, and then security forces are going to tell that sheriff, fuck right off. And if you need to file a complaint, then have your boss call that guy's boss's 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 boss. There is a difference between this magical phrase called outside the scope of their authority and what you really meant to say then was if they commit a crime. The problem is the ICE agents didn't throw the guy out of a fucking vehicle on the freeway. And it's not the state of California's determination if they violated use of force rules. Because whose use of force rules? You could think that I violated your use of force rules. We were talking to the guy the other day on Friday or Saturday when he went. I want to know how his fucking Brazilian jiu-jitsu thing went. You might say that I violated use of force rules because I broke his arm. He didn't let go of the gun. He didn't let go of the knife. I told him, if you don't let go, your arm's gonna go. Your arm's gonna go. It's not the state of California's opinion whether or not I did that. It's our internal affairs. Just like for the most part, the federal government doesn't run around to every state level investigation. Most local police departments use their state police office as their internal affairs to clear shootings. I think they're required by internal policy now to notify. No, they're not. There's a set of liaisoning policy. That's when the police show up, you leave one guy in the street with his credentials up. Nope, it's us. We got this. And generally, they don't go on the radio in sanctuary states anymore because those assholes, again, the state of California is becoming problematic because Gavin Newsom has no authority over immigration. I personally think Gavin has completely tanked his future to run for president of the United States. With that said, do I think that everybody is a human fucking being? Yes. Does the Constitution... I'm gonna help people out if they're confused. The Constitution of the United States does not say citizens get rights. There are two places in the Constitution that limits to citizens. And generally, it's a subsequent clause. One's the 14th Amendment that I remember offhand, and there's one somewhere else. Everywhere else, it says person. All persons shall be safe in their persons and papers. It doesn't say all citizens. It doesn't say all Americans. It says all persons. Gavin's podcast with Charlie Kirk was a disaster. He pretended to be a moderate and got called out on every point. Let me help you out with the trick there. If you want to be a successful politician, you don't ever do a podcast with Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro. Because Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro, they say they're one thing, but they don't know what that thing is, and then they're very highly likely to be wrong. And then all of a sudden, they try to rewrite the party position. Charlie Kirk is not a moderate. Charlie Kirk is a radical. He doesn't have radical ideas. He's trying to take us back to where we are or where we should be. But a conservative is someone who maintains the status quo, and a liberal is somebody who changes the status quo. Charlie Kirk doesn't want to maintain the status quo. Yeah, Gavin pretended to be moderate. But Charlie Kirk isn't necessarily a moderate. Charlie Kirk is, yeah, liberal or progressive. Exactly. That's where I was going with it. You're supposed to have liberal and conservative, right? And then you're supposed to have conservative and progressive. And then you're supposed to have liberal and reformist. We're supposed to have about 8 more words, but we don't. And so you can be a progressive conservative. You can be a progressive conservative, which doesn't make any sense, but you're trying to go back to the way things were. You're trying to go back to when things worked right. But we've taken the political spectrum and we've tried to turn it into a dichotomy. We've tried to turn it into black and white, because black and white very quickly turns into right and wrong. And that's where our politics are failing us. Like, look, I don't think a guy deserves to die on the freeway. I don't think a guy deserves to die on the freeway. I don't think ICE is executing warrants in a very effective way. At the same time, I think anybody that ambushes ICE should be arrested and charged with treason and fucking executed if found guilty. Period. And dot. Because your job is not to take violence against the ICE officers who are doing their job. Somehow it has become acceptable in America to attack ICE agents while they're wearing masks and they're wearing plain clothes because they have fucking families that they'd like to go home to. And because we now live in an era where people are recording everything, there's ICE agents whose personal fucking information has been put out on the internet. What do you want to do? Have no ICE agents? Let everybody come here? I don't want that. You think it sucks now being a country of 343 million Americans? Do you think the number would stop at 450? 500? 550? 600? If we opened up fucking immigration in this country and had no fucking restrictions, this country would hit 1 billion people inside 5 years. We have a housing crisis now. What the fuck do you think happens when the population doubles and doubles? If ICE was being careful and thoughtful, they'd be picking up these people in a place where they won't be at risk of being fucked over by nearby people. Yeah, man, which place is that? When they live in a high illegal immigrant population, when they work in a high illegal immigrant population, when they have to go into a place where more than half of the people are also on their lists, where is that? Oh, let me pick them up while they're getting their Bentley washed. That's what they asked for in the prisons. The state said no. Yeah, can you give us a heads up before the raid? No, I can't. It was I don't think it was a congresswoman, was it? I think it was a city council member. Wasn't that it? Asking the police chief, can you give us a heads up? You want me to give you a heads up before federal action? Yeah, no, I can't do that. See, I think it would be great if we could pick them up where ICE wasn't gonna be in danger. Sure. Let's stop all the fucking highways on the 27th of the month. Let's pick LA County. And let's have a simultaneous execution of 4,000 military and ICE agents, and let's just shut down the entire expressway for a day. Can't we just agree on local pickup spots and they can just hand themselves in? Yeah, man. Because we know they all would, right? Here's the problem. If you're committing a crime, like you hear Alexander Ocasio-Cortez, yeah, they asked for a guy in prison. The state said no. He went home. So they went to his house, picked him up. They also picked up all his buddies that are on the list, and now they're mad. Well, if you had just fucking turned them over to the federal government like you're supposed to, then what's sad is people are mad at Trump. Yeah, they've done that. You can turn yourself over for deportation and retain the ability to legally immigrate. If you remove yourself, we will not strike against you the clause in the policy that says you have to wait 10 years. Then we got people upset they're picking them up after court. What, you want to give them a head start? Well, what they're mad about is that, and this is where you got the bullshit comparison. If I get arrested and I get convicted, 7 times out of 10, I'm getting sentenced right then, and I'm being incarcerated right then. Why is it that an American doesn't get 60 days to put their affairs in order? Well, they're not deporting you. What do you think happens if I'm single and I go to jail today? I need somebody to sell my house. I need somebody to take care of my property. I got paperwork I need to sign. Yeah, the court hearing is the court saying your claim to asylum is void. Give me 1 second. Okay, so Amateur Tech, I need to call. Do I do a podcast? No, this is my podcast. I don't have the time and attention to actually do a structured podcast. Amateur Tech, here's the problem. Everybody keeps saying that. Only a small fraction of the people are for asylum hearings. What the rest of them are here for is their immigration status hearing. If you didn't come here legally and you didn't have the visa, or if you've overstayed your visa, you know what the answer is going to be at court. Like, I have family members that are trying to become citizens. They're here. They're like 10 days from their work visa expiring. They have their hearing and they're told, we're not extending your work visa. So they go home. They leave before the 10 days are up. They literally say, I've gone, I've left. Can I reapply for a new work visa? And then they get another provisional work visa and they come back over. They're gone for like 10 days. The pain in the ass with that is having a job that'll put up with that, having people that can care for your house, your property, the expense you incur returning to your home country. But the people that do it legally endure that. And yet, asylum is great. An asylum hearing shouldn't need to be 60 days out or 100 days out. I'm not joking about this. If you're applying for asylum, the only place you can apply for asylum is at a port of entry. When you show up at the port of entry, there should be an asylum judge just sitting there fucking, asylum judge should just be there. Jay's talking about on his show today. Excuse me, Your Honor, there's an asylum hearing. Oh shit, fuck, gonna miss Jay's show. And then walk out there, throw the robe on and be like, okay, let's talk about it. Can they get an automatic extension on the visa if their case is continued without fault? There's no right answer to that question. Sometimes maybe yes, sometimes maybe no. My problem with that is the 3-year-old in court with a judge. except a 3-year-old can't apply for asylum. So, what are we talking about then? The hypothetical situation that never occurs? A 3-year-old can't apply for asylum. Remember, asylum is, Your Honor, I'm a Jelonian, and my religion is being persecuted in Bosnia. And then the judge is like, okay. To apply for asylum, you have to be able to articulate, like, Your Honor, I'm a Jelonian, and Bosnia has just killed 14,000 Jelonians this week. I need to get the fuck out of there. And the judge is like, welcome to America, because you have an asylum reason. Now, the judge is only supposed to look at, what are the rules to be a Jelonian? Really simple. The rules to be a Jelonian are this. Love one another as I have loved you. And then when you ask the question, what about the blacks, the Asians, the gays, the straights, the transgenders, the bisexuals, I slap the fuck out of you and I say, let me start over and let me know where I lose you. Love one another as I have loved you. That's it. It's one fucking line out of the whole fucking book. That's it. Did I stutter, bitch? Love one another as I have loved you. That's it. That's all it is. It is not yours to judge. Period. Dot. Yes, as I have loved you. So cuss at everyone and tell them that they're fucking stupid. Well, I meant Jesus. I meant Jesus. Like, we're Jelonians, but we follow Jesus. Well, what if I'm priorly Muslim? Then you believe in Jesus. What if I'm priorly Jewish? Then you acknowledge Jesus was a rabbi. What part of love one another as I have loved you is confusing for you? Because it seems like if I tell you the only tenet of the faith is love one another as I have loved you, and you have any questions about that, you're probably not a good fit for the religion. It's not like I'm asking you to be a triangle peg in an octagon hole, right? I'm literally asking one thing. If I'm thirsty and you have extra water, share your water. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. Now, it'd be a lot fucking easier if the big guy would make with the bread and the fish power, right? If I could walk along and give people bread and fish, we could get this movement moving along. With that said, today's show was amazing. It is nice being a little bit more organized. I do realize I got to do one other thing when we get organized, and that one other thing is I have to make a list of which bits and bobs. If you want your like little bit of wonderful reading material, something to stimulate your brain case, here is a little discussion on if you shouldn't join the military, if you shouldn't be allowed to join the military till you're 25, all the other things you shouldn't do until you're 25, and then the second half of the article, some of you are going to be mad you didn't join the military. It compares going into the military and going to college. With that said, my new wonderful schedule tells me I need to get the fuck out of here because I have the next project to work on. I will see you guys Wednesday for politics. Bring friends. Bring friends and snacks and drinks. No beers.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.